exploring the intersection of government policy and the free market to offer a better understanding of the free enterprise system and its impact on human prosperity around the world. Founded in 2020 by Governor Ron DeSantis and the Florida legislature to promote education and mentorship through multidisciplinary programs and fellowships, we empower students in public policy and free enterprise. We conduct cutting-edge research on political and economic systems, host global conferences and seminars, and improve public policy by providing informed analysis to decision makers. At the Adam Smith Center, we blend knowledge and action to shape a prosperous, free future and foster a vibrant community of leaders. We inform, innovate, influence, inspire. The Adam Smith Center for Economic Freedom at FIU. The Adam Smith Center for Economic Freedom at Florida International University, exploring the intersection of government policy and the free market to offer a better understanding of the free enterprise system and its Adam Smith Center for Economic Freedom at FIU. The Adam Smith Center for Economic Freedom at Florida International University, exploring the intersection of government policy and the free market. The Adam Smith Center for Economic Freedom. You don't just learn, you achieve. Through our interdisciplinary Bachelor of Science in Business and Government Leadership, you'll gain perspective, innovate, and connect with real-world leaders.
It starts with me.
It starts with me.
It starts with me.
It starts with you.
Leadership starts here. At the Adam Smith Center for Economic Freedom, you don't just learn.
Muy buenas tardes a todos.
I am Irene Núñez. It is an honor for me to share with you today from the LAC Inspira conference room in this International Economic Forum of Latin America and the Caribbean 2026. How we can position the region in the global scenario, an event organized by the CAF, the Latin American Bank of Development, with support of the Panamanian government. I want to tell you that this event is streamed in 3 languages and we have a simultaneous interpretation. If you require it, you can download the app or you can take one of the available headsets on the lateral table. We will have some English speakers. So if you need, then I can recommend you to take one of the headsets at the entrance. And this is a Moda type of classroom, meaning that you need to scan the QR code, download the app, and then choose the language you rather prefer to listen to today's this afternoon's panels. We want to encourage you to share your experiences and your ideas on the social networks. It usually has like Foro Económico CAF. And follow us in our social networks in X, Instagram, or Facebook. So with this, we can continue and look beyond these walls, so we can reach a global audience. We want to thank you at this point to the media partners, Brisa, CNN, El País, La Prensa, La Estrella de Panamá, From Panamá, Mercado, El Tiempo, El Universo, El Mercurio, El Comercio, ABC, Radio Panamá, The Guardian, La Nación, Listín Diario, RCN, El Deber, Eco, Diario El Salvador, O Globo, and Diver. In our first panel today, it is titled Beyond the Game, Sports, Inclusion, and Public Policy. With this, we welcome Juan Pablo Salazar, the Director of Inclusion for the CAF. He will introduce the next panel. Let's give him a big applause, please. Hello, can you hear me? All right, so I think we're trying to get our panelists online. Can anyone of our panelists, can you hear me? We are connecting our panelists. Hello, can you hear me? Hello. Andrea, can you hear me? Apologies.
¿Tú nos oyes?
Can you hear us?
Hola, ¿nos oyen?
Hello, can you hear us?
Ok, ¿alguien me puede hablar?
Can anybody please answer?
Hola, hola.
Hello?
Hola, hola, 1, 2, 3.
Andrea, can you hear me? Great. Are we
Quisiera
ready?
presentarlos
Yes, I would like
nuevamente.
to introduce them again. Good afternoon. I am Juan Pablo Salazar, the Director of Inclusion for the CAF. I'm passionate about the world of sports for the development. Sports is one of the cultural industries and social industries that is more relevant in our regions, but its growth is not always translated automatically into development. Now, the critical question here is when and how the sport can actually become truly into a platform of economic opportunities, inclusion, and above all, social mobility for the athletes. This panel proposed exactly how to see sports beyond the big uh, tournaments or the big events. The idea is to understand the conditions that can really create sustainable impact, the important decisions, and how the design of these sports elements can define its legacy. From the CAF, this conversation is connected with our work under build, based on sustainable development, specifically on the inclusion of with people with disabilities. I promise that today we will have a high-class panel. Will be moderated by Andrea Guerrero, a journalist, sport journalist from Colombia, and the president of Win Sports. I have seen her in person announcing once time and over that the glorious Independiente Santa Fe has been the champion. So thank you for that, beloved Andrea. Welcome and give it away.
Juan, gracias.
Juan, thank
Gracias a
you.
ustedes
Thank
por
you
estar acá
all
con
for being
nosotros.
here with us.
Gracias por su
Thank you
tiempo.
for your
Gracias
time.
por
Thank you
invitarme
for
a este lugar
inviting me
porque
to
me
this
siento
place. What I
muy
feel
orgullosa,
so
muy
proud,
privilegiada sobre todo
such a
porque
privilege,
el deporte
mainly
normalmente es
because
visto como
sports, normally speaking,
entretenimiento
I see it as entertainment
y no con la
and
seriedad
not
que
with the
merece
seriousness
en
that
las políticas
deserves, because
públicas
it
como
deserves a
representantes
clear
que
public policies in the region. So I applaud, I celebrate this space that we have created, and today we are going to talk about that. I promise you that we're going to be filled with hope after that. What's the comment for this forum? I told them the best moment is when we can actually talk about this, not as an extraordinary thing, when this is normal, when we have a public policy around sports, when inclusion is normal, the participation of women is even higher each time, and that it will be also natural. I want to invite everyone here with me in this forum so we can converse. Let me start with Amalia Toro. She is the manager partner of McKinsey in Panama, and she's providing a strategic view based on evidence, which is what we want to do on the sport as an industry, creative economy, and platform of development. So, Amalia, welcome. All right, we also have Juan Diego Blas, athlete and representative of the Paralympic athlete for Las Americas from Guatemala with a disability. His experience has helped us to understand how you can live this in first hand with opportunities, but also with persistent barriers. Juan, thank you. I forgot to introduce Michelle, please. Michelle Formonte, CEO of the American Paralympic Committee of the Americas. A lot of experience on the construction of legacy inclusion on events and structures regionally. Thank you. Thank you for being with us. And Junior Noboa. He's also with us with a very important experience, a professional baseball player, a baseball commissioner of the Dominican Republic with a unique vision on the sports as a system of development, giving us an important example, talent and social mobility for the Caribbean. Thank you, Junior. Can you hear me? Perfectly well, yes, I cannot. Yes, I can hear you. Going to ask for help because I cannot hear you. Let's see. All right, let's try it again. Hello? Yeah, perfect. Beyond the games, sports as development platform. I want to take also as a woman in sports, especially in soccer. I have had some experiences by heart, but I'm so grateful about sharing with them with you because the rules were not that clear, but they were a kind of the environment that they were part of the system. Why? Because through all of these years, the ones that can actually speak with authority, but also the person that needs to work double to be heard. And I think we move between these two worlds once we speak about sports. The access and legitimacy, it is not just up to the talent, opportunities that you can provide in the sports, but also narratives that we have built and how the systems work. And I think that has been one of the most important things that we have tried to work on through the development of the sports. In Paris 2024, we had a 63 Olympic medals. In Paralympics, that today we're going to talk about that when we really measure the inclusion we had. Brazil 89 medals, Colombia 28, and Mexico 17. But let me tell you something that is happening in our region. And with the first that the catalog that the first get budgeting cuts is sports, and we need to think about efficiency, of course. And the first thing that they actually take on is the way we call that in Colombia is sports. In my case, in Colombia, the reduction of budget was more than 60%. Even we had a budget that was even below. We had the Ministry of Sports. So for a long time, we were doing advocacy to have the Ministry of Sports. And last year, more than 60% of reduction. In Argentina, more than 50% of cuts. And despite that, we can get those outcomes that we achieved, that we just placed. That those are very valuable. Now, my proposal today is that today we're going to talk about sports. How many fans of sports? All of that, you all love sports? Raise your hand. You all believe sports has an element of social society transformation? Good. I want to propose today to speak about sports not as entertainment. Let's talk about that to the added value to the GP, the BIP, and also how this can actually contribute to the health, even also the mental health, the growth of children, childhood, and how these are spheres that can have a real impact on society. But something else that concerns me, I want to propose today, it will be so joyful if we can achieve for sports to become a state policy, and the inclusion as a tool. And it's not just about the government in term and the interests who can establish how much budgeting opportunity we receive in this area. We won't solve that today because this is a problem. It's so good to talk about that. But if we raise our hand, if we put everything on the table, then we can explain, we can open the path. And that's the way we start for women. That's the way we did it for women, inclusion that we have to face. Just raising the hand, raising our voices. So at some point, it's not just policy of the current government, but instead of that, a state's policy. Thank you so much. We're going to talk about sports as transformation of lives because sports, let me reiterate, is an element of social transformation. Let me start with Amalia, specifically on this transformative element of sports that is so important and how the sports can be connected with a tool of development, leadership, inclusion, and mobility. The first thing that I would like to tell you is to share with you a couple stories. The first one, it is a Colombian soccer player coming from a municipality that is called Barrancas in La Guajira. This is a place with around 45 inhabitants. A lot of scarcity of drinkable water and electricity, with a high conflictive area in the country. Besides that, is a person that is coming from an indigenous community, the Wayu community. Historically, this community has been neglected, and this soccer player is Luis Diaz, one of the most important soccer players globally, with very good contracts, and has been able to generate an ecosystem, a history of what is actually possible. We have many stories like that. Let me tell you another one. Now, I want to talk to you about a person that was born in the States, coming from immigrants, a working family that arrived to the States living in Denver. I want to tell you how this person was able to access to the club created by the Denver Broncos. He was able to have access to a community beyond the community in his family. He was able to access to a lifestyle that allowed him to provide opportunities of have a lesser obesity and higher leadership, higher resiliency. Those are the things that we want to have once we think about sports and the things that we want to build. So we have spent a lot of time in our institute in health, a partnership that we have with the Aspen Institute, trying to go beyond the casuistic to the statistics. So these stories that sounds like just occasions, and I'm pretty sure we're going to hear a couple more of those histories from first hand and how the countries can be truly transformed. So we are trying to understand the meaning of sports. So with these, I want to give you a couple of critical messages. The first is that in our region, unfortunately, we do not have public policies for sports or games that can foster it. The sports are playing a huge role in the social mobility. Histories like Luis Diaz is very important, but Junior will talk about those cases in Dominican Republic. More than 30 leagues of the NBA are actually taking people towards the United States, people that live in the very low, poor areas. And this is one first topic. Second, sports are connected with positive outcomes throughout a different type of intersectional topics. So let me give you a couple examples on that. Once we see the history of the development of CEO women in the company one of the least, the most important news roles in the world. 80% of these women partook in competitive sports when they were uh, children. And once I reviewed these, I was having the opportunity to cross paths with many women that were leaders as well. And I was talking about this strategy. They told me this is evident. I never hired people that were not partaking in sports because they had amazing leadership strategies. There are another ones, the type of connections that you can put together. Because if you participate in club sports, for example, that's what I was talking about. This case of the migrant in the Denver Broncos, the possibility or the probability of then having a huge, let's say, a participation and criminal activities or things like that in trials, then that probability is just lesser. Those type of things are so evident, and we want to highlight them, right? Then, going beyond the sports, historically has been understood about the economic spillage once we do an event, which is critical, right? For during events, the ecosystem, the infrastructure is also critical. But let's not forget that the sports, they really go beyond the borders. Many cases, as the one that I was telling you about, we have cases when we have an export of soccer talent from the Colombia going to the States, to Europe, and then this person then is having a very important role. And now people are buying, by unit. Shares before it was a different one. So those are economical aspects that I wanted to share with you on those topics. Thank you. Sometimes we think that some things are just as a given because sometimes we think it's so good to have sports. I believe that you have people around that love sports, and there is always a connection with sports in our countries and our families. I'm speaking about my countries because I know that we have many Colombians here, but in our region, sports, it is not a possibility. It is the only opportunity that a lot of people have to advance, to thrive. So they are not joining armed groups. And that's what we have lived. And I think this is the time when sports should be seen that way. I'm raising my hand before giving the floor to Junior to tell him, talking. I have these for all the candidates to the Republic. I don't see any proposal on sports. I'm talking here on behalf of Colombia. I don't know if we have had this situation, but using sports just for the picture with the athlete. But what about the public policies included in the proposals? So we can talk about that. Do you think the security is just important, the health, the economy? Let me give you some news. Sports is adding the value to all of the things that I'm talking about. So Junior, now with you, otherwise I can see sports just in this way. But Dominican Republic is actually an example and everything connected with baseball. But when did you realize that sports were actually a transformative entity of mobility and the economy, as you can see that in your country? Well, truly, in the last years, as a baseball player, I was able to realize, to notice the amount of players from Latin America, Latinos that were raising up, that were growing, reaching a big leagues, and signing new baseball contracts. And that made me see that we had a tremendous potential. However, we had a weakness in the training of our guys because we did not have the amount of infrastructure necessary so we can train them, prepare them, so they can actually have the knowledge of the change that they will face. This is a change that is not just going to play to a different nation, a nation where sports is just better developed, but also a cultural change, so they can adapt. There is no doubt that sports, and actually in our countries, in the Dominican Republic, but also in our region, because that has changed a lot, and not just for the Dominican Republic, there is a potential that today is developing baseball players. So we are signing around 1,000 players around the whole region or gamer athletes, leading by the Dominican Republic with more than 500 athletes that are signing these all years. Then we have Venezuela with around 300 athletes, and that have changed a lot the sports, baseball in the whole Latin America. Today, in the Dominican Republic, we have 30 academies of big leagues, and but also we have hundreds and hundreds of independent academias, so those are useful for the development of our athletes, and so we can keep producing players, athletes for the big leagues. From what the 100% of the athletes that we have in the big leagues, around 40% of them are international athletes led by Latin America, and that is telling us that baseball has been a very important element of the development of many of our athletes. Thanks to that, baseball is not any longer just sport, it is an industry in the Dominican Republic and in the whole Latin America, where the big league is investing more than 500 million of USD all years in baseball. Thank you, Junior. They believe that there is no impact on the economy, whereas on the WHO, the tourism can actually generate 300 of 1,000 a million USD. So this is an impact of the economy. That is the call that we want to raise. We have a fleet here, and we want to ask Juan about this because the sport, the athletes cannot be achievable things thanks to, but despite that, I don't know. That is the reality in my country, but which one was your experience as an athlete? Doors that were opened for you? How did it work? What about the barriers? What do you think about that today from the current place that you have right now representing the athletes? Let me tell you, both things are correct. But first of all, I want to thank the CAF for the invitation. It is an honor in sharing here. I lived both sides of sports. I started with sports that did not have the Paralympic strategy, so I competed first conventionally in the normals. That's when I see some more upper doors that were open versus the Paralympic. And now, from the Paralympic side, as we have some doors that are open, but despite many circumstances. And I was around with the congenital problem in the peroné. I'm using a prosthesis in my right leg, and at the end of the day, that's something I want to highlight. That's what changed my life. I firmly believe in this power of sports and transforming the lives of any person. It changed my life, and I believe that many of us, since we are so passionate about sports, I was competing against as a conventional weather, and many doors were opening in that level. Perhaps it was not annual, which is fronton. Similar to the squash or to the racquetball, I had support economically after the Olympics. I reached to the Pan American sports because this is not an Olympic sports, so we were not able to reach up to the Olympic level. However, since we're so involved, we thought we might need to include it in the Paralympics, and that's why I switched to archery. And then we had a lot of open doors in that. Society supported me, the Guatemalan Association supported me despite they did not have the budget. I want to give you more data on this topic later on. And the Olympic Committee, sometimes they don't want to get involved with the Paralympic one because we have also the Paralympic Committee, but they have supported that as well. So from the barriers, starting with that one, Guatemala is one of the few countries that have in the constitution that the budget for sports, it is included in the constitution, so it should be no less than 3% of the PIB of the Republic budget, and which is interesting. Many countries do not have it at that level, but the 3% is split in a very interesting way. Half of it is allocated for the Ministry of Culture and Sports and the General Direction of Physical Education. The Ministry of see that recreation, sports for everyone, and the General Education for Physical Education. Then you can see physical education, right? So they are divided. The 1.5% of these is 0.75 each one of them. Now the federated sports, which is the Guatemalan the two Olympic organizations, they split the other 1.5. 80% goes to the federation and 20% to the Olympic Federation, and that is all the budget. And nothing else then is included for the Paralympic federations. The Constitution does not mention anything about that. So the budget. One thing, now the difference between what is earned by a Paralympic athlete would be very important. Can you tell us a little bit of that? Because I think we are going to be terrified after knowing about that. Yeah, that is another topic. I think I fulfilled my dream after Paralympics in Paris. And to be honest, I thought we got a lot of companies, sponsors, and whatnot, but once we compare that, right, in Guatemala we have 14 people going to the Olympics, and 2 of them were to the Paralympics, and we had 8% of the supports versus what was received from Olympic one, right? Regardless the classification status, there is a support. We received 8% of what, even though we have just 2 of us, and even included all the distribution of the budget, we up to the goodwill of the people just to receive money for the Paralympic athletes. There's a lot of things that should be done. We have worked with this in Michelle a lot, and I think we are working on that. So these athletes are actually listening to you. There are a lot of things. You are afraid of talking because if you talk about that, you receive even less than support, or even less than that 8%. It's a very critical thing, our voice as athletes. However, I believe that voice should be heard. And sometimes our vote should be also very important from the council of government, and that's what we're trying to do in each of the national Olympic committees. I think our voice should be really here. How many years committed you will look a little bit more towards the Paralympic athletes? Are we aligned on that? 8% of the budget of an athlete that goes to the Olympic is received by the Paralympics. So they believe that they just spend 8% versus the athlete that goes to the Olympics. So for real, they need to do it the way they can do. So that's what I'm saying. That's the way things that we do despite that, and that is happening to all of us. And now, Michelle, from the institutions, because in here we need to talk about the governance and design elements that are critical so the sports can actually have a long-term impact, and also to be seen as a sustainable thing, right? Not just as we're going to support and just because, right? Exactly, yeah. Thank you very much for the invitation. Let me give you a little bit more context, background. In the Paralympic Committee of the Americas, we have 34 member countries from Canada up to Argentina in the Americas region. We are the ones responsible for the Pan American Games, and the youth, and on the Para-American Games for the Central American ones and the Caribbean ones, and also the Para-Central Americans. We are speaking about the big sports events, specifically the Para-American Games that we have each 4 years before the Paralympic ones. Then we had in Santiago in 2023, and we will have the next ones in Lima 2027, the Para-American Games. And for us, it's very important because it is changing the approach in each one of the countries, meaning the medals, the representation of the country is very important. However, for us, the true value behind that is not on the medals, not on the events, but once the lights are off, and then we can see the true legacy of the games. From the institutional view, the first critical element is the strategic alignment of the sports in the public policies at the national level. Once the sports, especially the adapted sports, is integrated from the beginning of the national plans of development and to the goals of development, sustainable developments, and then it's no longer an expenditure, but a political tool for public policies. Let me give you a little more context. In the world, more than 15% of the population have some type of disability. More than 1,000 million of people with disabilities in the world. The meaning of that is a minority, the largest minority in the world, representing a volume of population higher than the population in China and the African continent, with direct impacts on the working market, productivity, health systems, urbanism, transportation, and also consumerism. This is not a small figure, but it is an opportunity for all of us and for the development that is still under used. This Pan-American movement, which is the Americans movement, and one is fully understand for a government, for a country, the structure is changed, and then these are complete systems. For example, they changed the norms, the standards of accessibility, human talent, investment in infrastructure, and mechanisms of assessment. That's why, or evaluation. That's why, from the America's Paralympic Committee, we say that the Paralympic Games is not just an end by itself, but they are energizers or triggers of public policies. We connect these sports with public health, inclusive education, employability, and also human development. The second element that, and I'm so passionate about this, is the legacy by design. What is that about? Is the legacy cannot be improvised. Generally speaking, we speak about legacy, and it's seen after the games, but we do not do that. We start from the process, from the phase of the candidacy of those games, meaning what is looking at what the country wants to so they can contribute to public policies for the people with disabilities in the face of the candidacy. So that is also very important. And we're seeing that all the countries that makes policy, as Andreas is saying, not just the government, but also state governments, then the whole structure changes and also the public policies change. And that's what happened in Santiago in 2023. The evidence is clear. Countries, cities, they know that to plan their legacy, as explained, for example, 2023 in Santiago in the Pan Games, generated more than 1,000 million of USD and thousands of employee work positions in. Canada, they have accessible infrastructure that is still in use. The games in 2012 demonstrated that those games can still change national narratives that with Juan Pablo, we can see how these have changed, not just the country, but the whole Europe after the London Games in 2012. So, for that. And the third element that is also critical is to have systems at the institutional level of monitoring and assessment, evaluation. We are analyzing that together with the UNESCO, the OAS, the C, which is the Inter-American Council of Development, because we believe that what is not measured or assessed cannot be sustainable and does not exist. We are applying those frameworks. We are assessing not just the sports outcomes, but also impact on health, participation, inclusion, social cohesion in the learned throughout the time. Fourth point is the approach of systems and the multisectoral partnerships. All my colleagues have spoken about that, and I saw that in the morning the president spoke about that as well. Sports. We cannot operate from the Ministry of Sports or a single sports institution. This should be coordinated, articulated by the Ministry of Health, Education, Transportation, Social Development, with the local governments are very important, the private sector, and the civil society. We have had some experiences in the Caribbean and also in Latin America that can show that the governance is shared and the strengthening of the institutions can generate regional long-lasting impacts. Lastly, we do have two dimensions that cannot be left behind. Accessibility as public policy is not just a requirement of the headquarters, but around the headquarters of the venues, how people can actually access to it or reach to the place, how the athlete can actually train throughout this sports scenario. And the other thing that we can speak with Juan Pablo is the transition people for the people with disabilities can aspire to the true participation and inclusion of the athletes in the sports events in the society. These mega events inspire, but they are not increasing sports or physical activity by themselves. So that's why we need to create bridge programs between clubs, training of trainers, teachers, metrics that can truly measure cultural changes one attitude. No, we're not just thinking about medals here. Once we have this full alignment of strategy, legacy, governance, solid partnerships, and sports development, then the sports of the games won't be any longer an event, but then there will be a statal policy. Inclusion cannot be built with isolated actions. They are built as a network actions, and that's why these type of opportunities are so important, because we have many sectors all joining together, connecting the public sector, private sector, the society, and a common vision of sustainable development. Because at the end of the day, the athletes, they will compete and they are raising the flag of disability and also the country's flag representing their societies, reminding us that inclusion is not dividing us but joining us and strengthening us as a nation. Thank you so much.
We see that sports work out, but we also need to know what impacts we need to take so it is incorporated. My country is one of the few that could not send the paperwork on time to participate and to hold a huge event in our territory. We missed an opportunity. I'm very sad to remember. I get very emotional when I remember that moment. I hope they have a good time in Lima. But as for your experience, because we need to look at the data, because we need to see there is true impact and commitment. In what way investment in sports can generate an impact on the local economy, on development of each country and each city? I think the first thing, sorry, possibly even changing the way we speak, because the question is sports infrastructure, but truth is we're talking about a productive economic flow that has a number of actors. It includes TV channels that program shows, the ticket companies that sell those tickets, and children clubs that are training people since they are young, and the sports companies that are sponsoring textiles as well. We're talking about a reproductive flow that's huge when there are activities such as games. We also have the infrastructure, which is stadiums, all the ecosystem, restaurants, hotels, tourism. And we start to name everything and to put a number on each one of them. I think it's easier to see the way sports not only are an asset that you build for a place that looks good, but this is a center, a multi-dimensional aspect or core that involves all the aspects of the economy. To give you a few examples, with the coming World Cup, the FIFA estimates that the economy will produce more than 11 million US dollars. This is an extraordinary impact. And of course, this is an iconic event that takes place every 4 years. But if we look at other smaller events and we think, for example, on the finale of the World Cup in Paraguay, we're talking about $42 million for Asunción. Out of those, there were 30,000 tickets that were built, that were purchased from abroad. So the hotel occupation was 100%, and we achieved a lot of things. And now what happens? And Michelle was saying this. This is one event. So the question is, how can I take advantage of that single event to install a series of mechanisms and public and private alliances that allow me, and how can we integrate inclusion, right? I think that's where they remain outside. They are excluded. How can we make sports not what everyone sees, but also taking advantage of other events to create awareness? And I think this is part of the lessons that we need to bring. When I was talking about that, I was saying that this is a multi-dimensional topic. And if we see that, like, for example, in the United States, they're very specialized on the sports ecosystem. There are, of course, other challenges in terms of access, because it's become very expensive to be part of clubs, etc. in the U.S. but I think there are lessons to learn. And what does it mean? How can we make sure that we have the right transportation system to the sports centers? How can we learn and have better impact? Junior, we always say that we need to invest, and people think that this is an elite sport, right? And in Colombia, we raise our hands and we say and expand this to the territories. And we need to invest on our trainers. The trainers, instructors, and teachers are the cornerstone, so this chain is productive. And you have seen all the expansion of the academies, and it's something absolutely crazy that I have to learn about. And from your experience, what conditions allow that a territory is transformed thanks to sports? Well, we've had an experience in the Dominican Republic because after we were allowed to have a public and private alliance, so the private system can be felt and can have all the confidence to invest in the Dominican Republic as it's taking place since 1996. We barely had a single baseball school. And after that experience in 96, we started with the construction of different academies with private capital and with the support and sponsorship given by the government. And that gave us the chance to be able to train and form our players and to have a better infrastructure where we were given the spaces of not only be able to grow as players, but also to help them grow in their education, in their studies. That's very important for us because they should be able to develop as people in the academy and to be able to grow as players as well. But that's where independent trainers come, where we start to have a programs to prepare them so they can work with our children, so they can have a better preparation. It hasn't been easy for us. It's being baseball, let's say, it's an industry that's been growing up tremendously, but in a very informal fashion. So we are working on that, and we've been very successful because basically 40-50 million US dollars that were the investments in the previous years. We are more than 500 and we can definitely improve. We have 10,000 direct jobs and indirect jobs in the Dominican Republic. And this is related to health, transportation, all the services and preparation for our kids and our trainers. And we've had good experience with this. It's also good to mention that we have some people that have exited our academies, and they've gained the best salaries. It's a huge blessing. That's what's happening throughout Latin America. We need a transformation, Juan, and that's where my question is directed at. What has to change in this support system so people with disabilities can create a true trajectory from the eyes of a sports person and as representative now? So there are many points, but as we're running out of time, the first thing is to listen to their voices. They're experiencing, they're feeling the things, and sports need to be prepared for Paralympics. It means parallel at the same time, and we're not in parallel to the Olympics, and the International Olympic Committee is not the same as the Paralympic Committee. We don't have the same budgets in the Americas Paralympic team. We don't have the same budget, and in public policies, it's also important to include. If in Guatemala they have put people with disability, it would be totally different. Now we worked on a national policy in Guatemala where you have been able to see people with disabilities in the policy of 2025 to 2040. It's a good thing. So by the private sector, there are many people here from that sector. It's an excellent opportunity to have sponsorship in the Paralympic area. We can take advantage of that, and motivational talks. That's an inspirational thing for companies. They can gain a lot from it, and it's a world that it hasn't been exploited so far because we can help sports people a lot. I would like to thank CAF because CAF has been working a lot on this topic, and with Juan Pablo, we've worked with different aspects in the Caribbean. We're also working on a proposal for an educational project in the Paralympic Committee in the Americas, and with an alliance with CAF. And I just wanted to express my gratitude for this space. And Michelle, I know we need to comply with the agenda, and what's left for us to do is can we achieve the private sector to be involved? While we don't have the time for it, I stand up just to tell you, thank you. Thank you for what you've done for us. Thank you all who have helped this athletes with disabilities. We're aligned here. We have a lesson where the commitment is belongs to everyone. And today, as a journalist, I can tell you we cannot relegating responsibility to politicians and government. The responsibility belongs to each one of us from our positions, and each one of us, I think, goes today. The takeaway is to have the commitment, and myself from this CEO position of Win Sports, that's my commitment with you all. You deserve everything. You deserve my gratitude, and hopefully the next time we get together, this would not be something extraordinary, but something like a natural thing. The inclusion in public policies to have a better society, to stop behaving the way we do. As yesterday in my country, that in the stadium they had strong fights. So we need to transform societies and the youth to have better generations. Thank you all for the time. Thank you for being here and for saying yes to sports. Thank you very much. A mute room. So those who are coming here should download the through the QR, download the app so you can enjoy the following panels that we are going to have this afternoon. We will continue shortly.
Yes, definitely. I'm going to tell you one day, maybe on the phone or when we are able to meet each other in person, that would be the best. But yeah, I don't want to tell you this on WhatsApp. I'm sorry. But yeah. And I don't know what I am at the moment. Something in between, I don't know. this kind of status from a relationship, I don't know. But yeah, I'm trying to focus to get back to a healthy me. You know, like I don't know how to explain. I have to take care of myself, sleeping, starting to do sports again, healthy life, and inner peace, not avoiding, but how can I say? If I feel, okay, drama or fight is coming up, then I have to protect my feelings. I need peace. That's the.
We continue with the next panels. We will be talking about the potential of Bolivia and its growth strategy. Please welcome Janet Sanchez, representative of CAF in Bolivia, who will be presenting and moderating the following panel, whose name is Bolivia, Agenda of Growth, Investment, and Sustainable Development. Please, round of applause for her. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very glad to be here. We are here in this panel dedicated to Bolivia because we will be discussing about agenda of growth, investment, so sustainable development, and for this important discussion of a country that's had 2 years of decreasing, of not growing, with a new government that has a huge challenge, not only of economical stability, but reactivation. We have the key individuals to have a transcendental discussion that has practical meaning in Bolivia. Am I audible? Those who do not have the audio cannot hear me. You need to have the audio in the corners, please. Go to the corner or here in the QR. Perfect. So, we know that we need some public policies that are proactive because this does not solve the situation of Bolivia, and this is why we are accompanied by key ministers. Mr. Fernando Romero, our Minister of Planning for Development. Please take a seat. We are also accompanied by the Minister of Economy and Public Finance, Jose Gabriel Espinosa. Please, Mr. Jose Gabriel, join us. And we're also accompanied by a very important person for Bolivia and the whole region, Enrique Garcia, who is a referent not only for CAF, but for all those who want to inspire, who want to learn about development in the region. And we're also accompanied by other key actors in the Bolivian economy who make economy in the territory and who are both they have the hat on by the private sector, and we are also accompanied by Marilyn Kochamanidis. She's a company woman, vice president of Hulgis, please. She's also a member of the direction of the Council Alliance for Iberoamerica. And we are also accompanied by a company man and an important leader for business people in Bolivia, Jean-Pierre Antelo. And they will both have a discussion on the actors that are the most important thing that every economy has, right? The actors that make investment possible, and as a consequence, growth. So, with these state-of-the-art actors, all of them leaders, Jean-Pierre Antel was also a president of the a Chamber of Industry, Services and Tourism, CAINCO of Santa Cruz. We will be having this discussion. I would like to invite you all to take just 6 minutes each for the questions that I will be asking you, and after that we will open to Q&A to see if we have another 6 minutes of a conversation with those who are here in this important event for the reflection of the Bolivian economy, its opportunities, its challenges, and what actors think to do when making the key and the right decisions from the public and the private sectors. I would like to ask the Minister of Planning, Mr. Fernando Romero, can you tell us what is the vision from the National Plan of Development of Bolivia to help the productive development, and what is the role that that public investment needs to play? Minister, please take the floor. Thank you. I would like to know if I am audible, because this is totally new for me. But well, I would like to thank the CAF and Janet for this space in the name, on behalf of the government, and especially of this change of vision and this way of empowering Bolivia. This is to a new cycle, to the following 100 years. Bolivia during the last 20 years hasn't had a true economic development plan. The development plan that died in 2025, after 5 years, it just had an 27% operation. That explains a lot of things. The economic development plan of the last 5 years doesn't have any coherence. It doesn't have any consensus either, and there is no will, or it didn't have political will to be executed. This new government does not only have the huge task and challenge to generate a new economic development plan for the country for the long term, it also needs to create the foundation of a new cycle for Bolivia. As I was saying, this new cycle starts in the next 5 or 10 years, but we think about the next 100 years. The new plan will have 3 strategic cores. It will stop with the obstacles and will open Bolivia to the world. It represents a new vision of progress, a new participative vision, and a new plan for all Bolivians and made by all Bolivians. If we talk about productivity, Bolivia has been stuck during the last 20 years. We are the country to give you an example, per capita in the productive sector, agriculture, cattle, fishing, and hunting, where per capita we're between 3 and 4 and 5 times less productive than our neighbor countries. In manufacture, 4 to 6 times less productive than our brothers, our neighbors. And this is due to 2 or 3 fundamental factors. The first one is, and the most important one is, the technological and biotechnological gap that we have, especially in the agricultural sector and also in the manufacturing sector. The other one is the little or no investment on human resources and capabilities. Our education, unfortunately, has never seen as a key core for the growth of regions, for development, and for production. 20 years of an obstacle state, no investment where there should have been investment, and a disoriented education without any purpose. And what can we say about the little infrastructure that allows us somehow to know each other and to have ways to be more and more productive? We have measures that important measures and interesting and brave measures that are risky but necessary, because that's what was demanded by the population. And these measures have created a stabilization, an important purpose, so that from now on we start to make decisions with more serenity, without any pressure from the economy or from the social. No more white elephants. The public and private investment needs to be strategic. We cannot have an investment that's connected to political decisions or favors, or the way we woke up that day. What's happened? That is what's happened. The social and economic plan with a lot of money, it's easy to operate it, and therefore it is critical to have a serious plan where all that in public and private investment is framed and frames the strategic sectors that will have a measurable impact with key indicators that causes impact on the families from Bolivia, to benefit regions, and especially to give that stability and that jump that Bolivia needs in its productivity. And connecting the dots of planning that's been basic and we haven't had in the last 20 years, with all the support that we are receiving of institutions such as CAF, BIF, and Fonplata, more than $8,000 million that are committed. So we perform investments where they need to be applied, well planned, with an impact, and generating and building the foundations for the next 100 years. Thank you very much. Thank you, Fernando. I would like to give the floor to Jose Gabriel Espinosa, Minister of Economy and Public Finance of Bolivia. Jose Gabriel. The deterioration of macroeconomic indicators affected the trust of Bolivians, and that was expressed in the slowing down of consumption and investment, and evidently had a huge impact on the economic growth. Which one do you think it is the importance of achieving a macroeconomic stability to boost the growth agenda? How can the policies that have been implemented with a lot of bravery from the economy sector have had an impact on those economic indicators and the expectations of the economic agents. Which ones do you think might be the perspectives for growth in that area? And how can Bolivia mobilize both the public investment with less fiscal margin? How can private investment in an articulated way can help? Thank you, Janet. As always, I'm very glad to be with the CAF, and I would like to thank before starting because for the space and for the support that we've received by the CAF from the very beginning of our government. It's been helping us. It's been helping us stabilizing the Bolivian economy. It's become a fundamental part of what we are achieving now. So I think that's very important to highlight, because starting off with the macroeconomic stability this morning, we heard in the presentations that we've heard of the presidents that have participated of this forum, two words that have been repeated: fragmentation and fragility. The world and the international economic world and political order that's governed our relationships in the last 80 years, during the last 12 or 14 months, have broken very quickly, and therefore the macroeconomic stability stops being a technical thing. It becomes a fundamental asset to bring investment, for example. So at first point, there is a need to have a region and a country. In the case of Bolivia, to have macroeconomic stability is fundamental as an attractor for investment. And obviously, recovering trust needs to be focused on two key elements. First is to bring investment that allows us to position ourselves in the global arena. We are a region that per square kilometer has the greatest number of resources. There's a huge. We're the main exporter of food. There's energy potential, which is fundamental. As in raw material, for example, for the generation of data, that would be in the future would be the differentiator factor for competitivity and productivity. So the trust comes hand in hand with the need of pushing consumption and the investment for exporting, but also for internal consumption, because if something has lacked in our country in the last 60 or 70 years is to develop our internal market. Another thing that's connected to macroeconomic stability is to reduce uncertainty. Our problem as a region, and in the case of Bolivia especially, because of the economic policy that has been implemented in the last 20 years, that we are a very risky region, from the blockage to the changing economic policies that's made a region to be very little attractive for investors who are willing to invest in times of little growth and key investment. And you will not let me lie, because you're people who work on this area. You can face a bad year, yes, but you don't like to face a volatility. To have a rule or a rule changed with no prior notice, that's the biggest risk for investors. And this is something we have in our history and in the region. So macroeconomic stability is the first element of risking, which is fundamental so we can bring investment. The other element has to do with the protection of real income. If we want regions and Bolivia to be a region that develops the exporting sectors and exporting sectors, and to have a sustainable growth, you do not only need true income to grow sustainably. This has some political implications, because ultimately what destroys any political economy is the loss of acquisitive power. Therefore, if we have stability, flexibility on prices, flexibility on interest rates, and the trend of the currency change, obviously the income stays stable, and that mitigates any type of political risk. We have been focusing our political economy, our policies in the last weeks on those principles. What have we done? Fernando talked about it a little bit. We have reorganized the pricing system of fuel. 20 years where the fuel cost with 74. That's 50 cents US cents per liter. If we thought about the official currency, the parallel one is 22 cents per liter. And a great part of the effort that we made by the government to import fuel was just disappearing in contraband. And this is eliminated because now we can work on the fossil and fuel cost, and therefore that's been eliminated, and that allows us to start a process of fiscal consolidation. We were 13 years in a fiscal deficit. Possibly in the next year we will continue with a 7% fiscal deficit, but it's going to be way less than what we had, like a 12-13 fiscal deficit per year, and in 2027 we will be in a manageable number and sustainable one. And we have also been able to consolidate the different types of currencies that we had in the country. Since February in 2023, we had lost control, and this had direct impacts on inflation. Bolivia had as an average an inflation of 2% a year. In 2025, we got to November with an inflation of 12 months almost of 22%. We've closed the year with a yearly inflation of 20%. That means those final 2 months, the trend was decreasing, and this has to do with the consolidation of different types of currency without expending any dollars. How did we do it? Well, very simply with market mechanisms, transparency in transactions, opening of data so people can see what are their prices on the market, and that eventually ended up having repercussions positively on the expectations. And just a few days ago, we were able to return the dollars of those small companies who deposited, which has recovered the trust. So this is all in the framework of a very ambitious plan of structural transformations. We need to change the rules that we have in the country, and for this purpose we need a huge consensus, but it's very clear that it's very possible to achieve, because we've done something that many people thought it was impossible to do it so quickly as we did it, with this peace surrounding. That's extraordinary. In other places, when there is this type of modifications of prices in fuel, there are a lot of reactions and social problems come, and conflicts, even social unrest. But in Bolivia it didn't happen. Just for you to have a context, we increased 160% diesel prices all at once, and that was taken relatively well by the population. Obviously the inflation is a risk, but we work with the private sector in a process of deregularization, that by the side of the offer we can increase the offer, and from that we can control prices. Let me wrap up by saying this. How can we mobilize public investment and private investment, as Janet said, in a process of reduction of deficit? Obviously, the state will not be the one who invests the most, and that's fine, because during the last 20 years we spent too many millions of dollars and we didn't have great results. What we need to do now is to have a state that reduces risk, that becomes a catalyst of investment and of private investment, that facilitates the entrepreneur and the business person, from domestic or foreign, to have their resources in a good environment. First, we need to solve the problem of energy, not only because internal consumption, but also because the explosion of AI as a catalyst factor of the economy finds its problem in the provision of energy. And our country has a huge potential for the production of energy and to store data centers, and from that the production of data. And therefore this is a crucial sector that we will be working on. And also we're fortunate that the private sector in Bolivia has very little leveraging, while in advanced economies the companies have debt of 120 or 130 or 140%. And in Bolivia the debt doesn't surpass the 50%. And we need to allow a lot of things so that those resources from the private sector come, and this will take place when the flows come here. There's a huge space so Bolivian companies can take credits, and this will be made in a process. And the other element that we use and that we will be using, so this macroeconomic stability becomes growth, it is thinking about not only on sectors but on a portfolio of country. Bolivia is a mining country. We have gas, and there is huge agricultural potential. And if we see them as sectors, we continue in the old dynamic of being providers of raw material. But to develop the mining, we need to develop the infrastructure, and I also need energy. Therefore, we think on the country and the sectors, not as sectors but as portfolios, where the mining investment will help developing the infrastructure around mining, and it will take energy that we need to develop with reforms that come from the other side. The scope is very clear. We need to connect Bolivia with the global value chains while in the north, and this is said by the president. The huge powers are in this instability. We have a huge power to become the bridge between these different powers, and we can develop our country in a more comprehensive way. Thank you a lot, Mr. Minister. We've seen the position of the ministers, and it's truly, at least from the international point of view, there is no question that the measures made by the government have been successful, and congratulations to the government, not only on the economic dimension but also in the political dimension. We're aware of the difficulties in Bolivia regarding the sensitivity of certain economic measures, and we see positively the successful economic and political management that you've had and that you've been able to carry out. But the challenges are huge, and here we have an expert from the experience, from the public experience, and also from the experience of multilateralism and international banking, such as Enrique Garcia. Dear Enrique, which ones do you think are the bottlenecks for this triad that's been proposed, that's been measured and talked about in this panel? Growth, sustainable development, and which ones do you think could be key elements that can jointly with these policies can control the situation to have a more sustainable in the short term, and a strategy that proposes, I'm sorry, can you hear me? Yes, all right. That proposes so much for the public sector and for the private sector, and also for the international cooperation and the multilateralism, and different possibilities to have synergy, not only of internal resources, because we know, and you've said it for many times, that we need external saving too. And what can we do to unlock these bottlenecks? Please take the floor. Thank you so much, Janet. I'm very glad to be here in such nice private and public company. I've been in the multilateral sector and the public sector as a minister, vice minister, but now I'm in the private sector, and this is why I'm sitting here in the center. Well, I think, first of all, that we need to congratulate the new government that they've made the brave decision to go to a fundamental component, which is the solution of the macroeconomic topics. And they've done it with huge valor. And as it's been pointed out by the two ministers, this is the time to think about these strategies with a look to the future. There is a reality we've seen in Bolivia as well as in Latin America of what I call the isms. One is the refounding, that's chronicle, That means what comes says whatever happened before just didn't work out. I offer different things without any type of reasoning. The second one is a triumphalism in Latin America and Bolivia that's become on the raw material production that's produced the crises that have taken place. And the third ism is dogmas. And there has been an exaggeration on extreme positions in terms of growth. So I think that currently, from my experience, especially on a topic that for me is important, which is integral development, and after being a minister and planning and coordination minister and the manager of the economic group, and another time I've experienced how we need to proceed to do what's being asked by the minister Romero. We need to have a strategy, a very serious strategy. And sadly, I coincide that during the last few minutes, this hasn't been made. What we have done is to close offices and just preparing office proposals without asking key experts. We haven't had a conversation with the society to have the raw material for these decisions. I say Bolivia has had very good experiences, and for example, in the decade of the 90s, I, as Vice Minister of Planning and Coordination, what did we do? Well, we created a plan with support, something fundamental, and we had the support of Harvard. We brought them to the mission, Mr. Martin. The good economists came here, and that gave the opportunity for the presence of Bolivia in an international tour that we had on Europe, Asia, and different places. That's the experience. And then look at the efforts that we've made during the other governments of from the 85, all the product of the decree 2116. But not only that, after having the external support in Harvard of Mr. Jeffrey Sachs and others, me as a minister, I've had to continue with that process. So if there is a key message that I'm giving to my dear friends, and I know them since they were very young, because I am a good friend of my best friends. Well, Fernando's father was one of my friends, and I replaced him as a minister. I firmly believe in the holistic mission, and I define it in four pillars. The first one that is being managed quite well, which is the macroeconomic instability. If I don't have stability, forget about it. I cannot think about growth. I cannot think about distribution of wealth. But that's not enough. The second is efficiency, economic efficiency. What are we talking about? Inequality, investment, competitivity, productivity. Well, these two things I can grow. But that's not enough. I need to have growth that gets to people, that to create jobs, to improve the life quality of citizens, equality and social inclusion. And the fourth one is environmental balance. You cannot see them independently. So I think that this is a very important time to move in that direction. And I suggest any support from my personal experience after seeing that from the Inter-American Bank of Development and my personal experience with the support with CEPAL that has specialty in this topics and other sources to use effectively of I'm not aware of the studies by Harvard with housemen. But not only that, I think dialogue, having the right conversation with the private sector, with the working sector, with the regions as well, to prepare something integral so it works. So we can, the plans can be presented every year. There is a detail here. There is a detail that's not a small one. Bolivia, while it made huge progress in the high season project, sadly it has very low indicators. There are very low indicators in income per capita and competitiveness. And the only thing that we've made a good progress in the reduction of poverty. It's still high, but it went down almost 60%. And in the Guinea indicator, that places Bolivia with an index of that's higher than the Latin American average. Is better than Colombia's, is better than Brazil's, Guinea. However, we need to go in that direction. And the external financing is just fundamental. I hear with concern of many people in the population what to do it. Why foreign investment? The capability, the saving capability of Bolivia right now, the deficit is key. A saving of, yeah, if companies have profitability, they should save, and families should save as well. Sadly, we were in very fruitful times, and there was a high savings, like 50%. That's gone down. I'm not sure if we're 10 or 20%. That means if I want to grow at a minimal rate of 4 or 5 or 6%, I need to invest at least 25% of the PIB. If I save 10%, how can I do it? Well, I need to go outside. So this is correct what you're doing, and the foreign investment is fundamental. I remember when I was talking with the president, I'll be very direct, with Mr. Evo Morales. In a private meeting, I asked the question, President, why in your government and you don't have a connection or a sympathy for the foreign investment? Well, they take the money, and I say, President, Mr. President, 3 questions. What's the country that's been the most successful when it comes to attracting foreign investment? It is China. Number 2, where did the foreign investment come from? Mainly, the first country, well, the United States. Second, United European Union. And third, Australia. And how did they invest the money? Well, technology investment and markets, and China is there. So this effort is fundamental, and I congratulate you for having these type of initiatives in this event. I know Bolivia was absent for a long time, but now this is a huge success. But as you say, the devil is in detail. In the details, as Cantinflas was, you said, the best philosopher of the world. That's where the question remains, and the details. So this is why I insist on the importance of finding good advisory, and I see the CEPAL, hopefully they support these initiatives, so that everything, the private and public sector, hopefully you understand the urgency of having a long-term vision that doesn't change every time. That's the base and the foundation to move forward. So that's my initiative, but obviously in quality investment, participation of the private sector and public sector cannot be done in things that the private sector can do. The public sector should be efficient, transparent, and competitive, and the international participation. Love to hear you all, and Rodrigo, your vision on the region. And in a fragmented world such as ours, geopolitical difficulties, union of Latin Americans is fundamental. So Good luck to you.
Thank you so much, Enrique. It is always a pleasure listening to the amazing experience and analysis capacity that Enrique has. All right, let's now move on to a woman that represents actually two, so we can compensate the gender bias that we have had in this panel. Beloved Madeline, which one do you think would be initiatives that are proactive, pragmatic ones from the proposition, since you are coming from the private sector, so we can achieve a synergy of these two sectors that have been working as a separate way, the public and the private sector? How can we generate enabler conditions for the investment, both public and private? And which one do you think could be the sectors with the largest potential based on your Bolivian experience? Not just for to aim the internal uh, on regional market, but also to lead as well to open further away markets internationally. Marley, go ahead. Thank you so much. Before all, good afternoon. But also, I want to express that the entrepreneurs, the corporate in Bolivia, will feel that is a very positive, and we are very enthusiastic about our government. We do have hopes, and we are motivated. Once we talk about the relationship between the public and the private sector, to start, I think that we need both sectors. We both sectors need to forget the practices of the past. Now we must look towards the future with different practices. Which one is my proposal? Is to make a change, not just because in truth the real cooperation between the public and the public sector is not just going through decrees and all acts to solve problems, but I believe that it should go beyond that. How? I believe in an action, in a patriotism in action. I am not talking about a patriotism that is based on ideology. I'm talking about a patriotism in action. What is the meaning of that? If we include that ingredient in our mutual work, our joint work in both sectors, and of course, in the whole private sector, in everyone that is truly working on a daily basis, then we will have automatically a larger commitment, because the patriotism is that it is commitment, right? So I believe that after some time, this will lead to a change of the mindset, the attitude, because we need that. We need that, and that message, I think, can actually help us a lot. So, along with the new government and also with the current motivation that we have, so we can actually move forward. It is a change of the mindset and attitude. Now, to thank you. Now talking about the strategic sectors. Normally speaking, once we talk about strategic sectors, once we think about strategic sectors, we think almost always about hydrocarbons, energy. However, the history of our country is teaching us that that is not enough. We need ourselves. We must have strategic sectors of working at full speed so we can actually have an economic return, a benefit in the short term. So, now let's talk about the agro-industry, the agro-industry sector. the livestock sector. We are located between the 5 countries with the largest extension on territory in the world. We possess huge land extensions. So that is the other strategic sector that will give us, it will launch us, so we can have income benefits in international foreign investment, so we can modernize as well the technology. If we integrate these sectors, however, if we can truly integrate them, providing them with the whole power, potential, and the needed aid. So yes, we fully believe that it is possible to do it. The private corporate, we always bet for the country, and now we are more motivated than ever. We have the green light in front of us. So yes, even more than ever, the agro-industry sector and the livestock sector and etc. All of those are very important. Right. To conclude, to wrap up, I would like to tell our beloved government 2 actions that I believe are very important, that are besides, and is that we need to empower our country brand. Fundamentally, we need to foster our economic diplomacy. That's truth. Meaning we must reach the world with a clear vision, a different vision, a motivating one, so we can have non-negotiable goals. Which ones? For example, export, export, and to export. Why? Because we are going to get short-term benefits through that. Let me reiterate, in the short term. So Bolivia, it is an integral, comprehensive country. We do have everything. It is a complete country. And I want to thank you. But before I am finished, I also want to say that we applaud the central purpose of our President Rodrigo Paz, to bring Bolivia to the world and the world to Bolivia. Thank you so much for your attention and your time. Thank you, Marily. She has proposed a very important topic in at the level of the economy. One is the commitment. The commitment requires at the same time the construction of trust, right? The construction of trust, which allows to also build a country project with such a big territorial extension with so many regions. If we build trust, then we can build a national project. That is the order of the requirements of this sequence. However, we do have a very important actor in the Bolivian economy. He has been a leader that is such as important as Jean-Pierre, which I'm talking about Jean-Pierre Antelo. I would like you to tell us a little bit how from the private sector that evidently faces a new momentum and window of opportunity of a government has said that this is the moment to open up towards the private sector to provide opportunities to it. So what do you think that from the private sector, how they are just taking ownership of this so they can put pull their weight so they can foster the economic growth of the country, so they can bet with investments, specific concrete investments, so they can improve, so the conditions of the country can be improved, and evidently to reactivate the economy. And lastly, can you tell us a little bit about the proposals that in an organized way, all the guilds, the one that you represent, which ones are the ones that can be your contribution? Thank you, Jean-Pierre. Thank you so much. Thank you to the CAF. I think the sample today, the private sector with the public sector, the ministers that we have here, is showing that we are not, that we are always pulling our weight. I want to take advantage of this space, this format of silence. So for you can take a couple seconds, and we can land materialize the question asked by the Economic Forum of the CAF to think how we position the region at the global level. I want you to think for a second in a single word. How can we position Bolivia globally? So that's why I want to start saying, because that word, for each one of you, could be a different word, but it is aiming towards the same common goal. My word, it is opportunity. This is a unique opportunity to be here, sitting down, the public and the public sector, the public and the private one. And we have an audience of companies, different guilds that are betting for Bolivia in a virtuous triangle that we have spoken about, the private and the public sector and the multilateral cooperation. This is a work that naturally is forcing us to think and to believe that the current situation of Bolivia from the private sector is complex, a difficult task, and the challenges will be still complicated. However, I believe that we still see a Bolivia that can be qualified. Today, I believe that we all agreed and all the mistakes, and the Bolivia that we should not go back. The Bolivia that nobody likes, and no investment, no employment, because we were distracted with that reserves and the economic cycles that we had, high prices of raw material. Yes, we have some important advances on social indicators, but we did not consolidate a structure for the future what could have been a sustainable growth throughout the time. And for us, we'd all agree that that is already worn out. So we, as private sector, as public sector as well as country, we need to stop thinking about this country that was just exporting raw material, but also we are exporting added value, exporting talent, services, so we can open towards the world with a diversification, with higher competitiveness. We have a lot of sectors and authors that say that this is the economical complexity. But before achieving that type of a complexity, we need also to talk about the shared responsibility between the private and the public sector in investment with international cooperation. So that's why we believe that in order to achieve towards that economical diversification, and the country has to go through that in the next years, we have three big proposals from this sector that we want to put them on the table so we can foster the economic development of the country. First of all, we need to put first the economic production as an axis of the growth and the economic development of the country. As Marilyn was explaining, one of the sectors that can have this type of these early wins, the agro industry, the forest, the tourist industry, mining, lithium, sectors that are working right now and that can give to the Bolivians those early winnings and income that can be translated into better days for the Bolivians so we can grow. The private sector has been and is available and will keep investing in the country. This is the country where we produce, it's the country where we live, it's the country where we can generate employment. And that's why the second proposal is on speeding up the productive diversification. And this can be done just as both ministers were saying, just with innovation, with the macroeconomy applications, we can provide stability. But it's not just going towards the stabilization, but happily enough, before the elections, we were talking about the stabilization of the country, but now we can talk about a growth, a true growth, so we can generate the sustainable development. Innovation doesn't mean to leave behind the traditional sectors, but it means to contribute with innovation so we can transform them, so they can grow, so we can reach new borders. So for that, we need to incorporate new technologies, services, and obviously talent to finance many of the structures acquired by the country and many of the corridors that due to ideology were forgotten. Because Bolivia, in other ways, can live between big companies, small companies, and middle companies with entrepreneurs and ecosystem that should be engaged so we can find funding and new markets and new products as well. But we need to go beyond that. We need to go beyond our borders and reach areas like we are doing right now with our Bolivian world towards the world. And now that's why we have the third proposal of the private sector, reinsert Bolivia in this task of the regional and international markets, where we are going to work hand by hand with the public sector so we can make this as a leaner task so we can reach these type of markets. It's not just as an exporters of raw material, but also exporters of added value. Today, the meat market, for example, has had a huge, very important weight, and we all agreed. This morning we heard our president, Mr. Paz, and many other countries talking about sustainability, cooperation, to put together logistics that are transnational ones so we can be more competitive. And that is translated into having a policy that is disruptive, because also to invest in production in industry is also a very important role for the state, because we acknowledge that the private sector can actually have these type of intersections, and that's how the formal and the governmental sector can contribute so we can tackle mitigate this type of failures so we can reach the most vulnerable sectors. I will have a word for this morning's remarks with all the presidents. This is the momentum. And this is the moment of being pragmatic. We need to leave ideology behind. We need to search for pragmatism for this sustainable development. This is a lesson that should be understood by all the governments, the mistakes that were made, so they cannot be, we cannot do it again. So that is the message and that invitation as well, that let's find this perfect triangle, the state, the companies, and multilateral organizations. Because as I was saying at the beginning today, to achieve the Bolivia that we want is the Bolivia that connects, that exports, and also the ones that generate development for all the Bolivians. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Well, as you can see, this has been a luxury panel with many facts, small, but qualitative speaking are very transcendental. First of all, we have seen a united Bolivia here in Panama, right? Before we have some distance between the public and the private sector in these type of firms, but now we can see a strong Bolivia that is present from both the state and also the stakeholders, critical stakeholders that wave the Bolivian economy. We have had a mature conversation, reflective, positive one, and we hope that in this way then we are going to start, we are going to continue, so the new momentum of Bolivia is actually consolidated. Thank you so much for your presence. We thank you all for your participation in this panel and in the Economic Forum of International Economic Forum of Latin America in Panama for 2026. We want to remind you that you can share your experience through the social networks with the hashtag Foro Económico CAF. So you can also follow us through the Agenda CAF in X, Facebook, and Instagram. We will continue briefly. Mm. Please be seated so we can move on to the next panel. Thank you very much. Next, we want to welcome Angel Cardenas, Manager of Infrastructure for the CAP. He will be the moderator of inclusion, private sector inclusion in transport projects. Let's give him a warm welcome to Mr. Angel Cardenas. He will be with us in this panel.
Démosle la bienvenida al señor Ángel.
Let's welcome Mr. Ángel Cárdenas.
Hola, ¿me oyen?
Hello, can you hear
escucha
me?
bien?
Can you hear me?
Yo no me estoy oyendo.
I cannot hear myself.
No me oigo. No, pero
What is important for me is to listen to the others, not just to hear myself.
Hola.
Hello?
¿Me oyen?
Can you hear me?
Se oye. Se sigue oyendo. Sí, bueno, ante todo,
Before all,
a ver, creo que lo
first of all,
primero es darle la bienvenida
I want to welcome
al Foro Económico. Creo que
you all
todos
to
estamos
the Economic
muy,
Forum from the
muy
CAF.
alegres que
We
pude
are
quitar esto porque
very,
estaba
very happy.
horrible.
I
Era
needed to remove
horrible.
this because I was listening myself and it was horrible.
Lo primero es
First of all,
agradecer la
I
paciencia.
want to thank you for the patience. This event has grown so much and it has been so good that the panel took a while, but thank you for your patience. Thank you for sticking around. I want to introduce all the panelists. The first person I want to introduce is Ana Julia Carreira, the National Secretary of Public-Private Partnerships of Panama. Please, Ana Julia, Can you join us here? Then, next, I want to invite Guillermo Muñoz, the chair of the board of directors of the Metro of Santiago de Chile. Now, I want to invite Hector Morales, the managing director for Latin American the Macquarie Group. Next, I want to invite Bosco Marti, president of the Aleatica Road Safety Foundation, and also an important partner of the CAF. And lastly, I want to invite Osto Risic, the director of the RD Bio Trust of the Dominican Republic. I don't know, perhaps Mr. Ostos, if perhaps he can help us. There he comes. Thank you. This is a little bit odd, right, in these muted rooms, especially once you cannot listen to yourself and feels that nobody is listening. However, we do have a very important panel, not just for the panels, but also the topic we're going to cover is one of the most critical topics for Latin America and the Caribbean in the development agenda. Is how can we empower these investments in the transport sector, which is way below the potential of investment in a fiscal context where basically it's almost impossible for the governments to actually commit do it public activities, but also we require a lot of judicial and financial innovation so we can attract the financial sectors in the private sector. And precisely, I believe that what we believe is that we can have this conversation is to talk about the role of the private sector. For the CAF, is very important to talk about this. Perhaps you have not been able to see that, but the last 10th of December, and the United Nations, as part of the Commission of the Sustainable Transport, for the next 10 years, the CAF committed to fund up to 18,000 million USD in funding for transport projects, and this clearly we won't get these funds from the public sector, mainly from the private sector. This will have three main sectors. First, to mobilize the economy. Second, to have an equitable equity vision with higher access. And the third one, in a very convoluted moment in the politics, is to put on the table again climate change. The transport sector is the highest reducer of the greenhouse gases in the emissions in Latin America. If we can work on that, we clearly will be able to contribute. So this is the context a little bit. As I was saying before, we have very important panelists. I will start with you, Ana, because, well, first of all, you are the host here in Panama. Thank you so much for welcoming us in your country. If there is a country that has do something remarkable, is the National Secretary of the Public-Private Partnerships in Panama. We have seen how Panama has gone through these trajectory and the public-private partnerships in a relatively short time. Tons of things have been done in the Adoption Act and the creation of the constitutional framework recently. And this was not just understood in the institutional frameworks, but also they were able to allocate important amounts of money, such as in 2022, the first contract under this new LAC, the Act of Concessions on the Pan American Road Avenue. This is a very meaningful advance. So which are the three factors, the decisive factors that allow to speed up and consolidate this process? And specifically, these could be very good practices for countries that are refining their own APP frameworks. Thank you so much for being with us. Thank you so much. Welcome to Panama. The first critical consideration that I would like to point out today is that I'm here as the spokesperson of a regime that is integrated by a group of public service for different institutions represented here. This is the Ministry of Economy and Finances, the General Comptroller of the Republic, the Public-Private Association, and the Metro of Panama, and the Ministry of Public Projects that has been the pioneer to work on these projects on the modality of the PPP and transport projects. To analyze the whatever has been behind the good outcomes, I think the reduction of the gap infrastructure then should be ensured by the programs. 19,000 million of USD 12 of them should be dedicated to new infrastructure, and the rest, 6,000 or 7,000, just for operation and maintenance. The modality of private-public contracting has been created in the Panamanian state as a modality that ensures maintenance in the long term of the state assets. And having this in mind, the support of the multilateral bank sector has been focused on the markets. We can energize projects and the private sector capital assets, so we can build in public infrastructure with the resources of these private sector without, during the type of construction, without having budgets coming from the public sector. So based on this, we want to reduce this gap in the terms of the infrastructure. But these projects can work if they are bankable. As long as part of the infrastructure, we can have the metrics of hazards of risk that are well balanced, attractive for the private sector, and clarity on the risks of constructions and funding that will be transferred be handled by the private sector. So having this in mind, these well-balanced measures of risks have been very productive. That is a very important vision from the multilateral banking area that is providing certainty to the private sector in terms of these are robust bankable catalogs. From the standpoint of the legal stability, the Ministry of Commerce is providing this type of aspect to all the concessions throughout the 10 years that can be extended once the projects of the major maintenance projects are actually insured. And based on this, from the 750 kilometers of the Pan American Avenue, 433 of those are worked from the modality of public and private association. The other things that have been needed to ensure that those firm commitments that derivated from the APP contracts can be seen in the pluri-yearly projects that ensure and reaffirm the commitments based on the Economy and Finances Ministry. The Panamanian bet has been a conservative one. First of all, we started with projects with a rehabilitation and maintenance approach, and the next one that we're going to work on, and we're going to launch into the market between March and April, which is the Pan American Avenue. Sorry, the centenary one has a toll component, but also it has a construction component. One of the things that we're going to do to energize these timelines is not to call the pre-qualification, but we want to go straight to the tendering process. The other thing that I want to talk about is that is being measured that the contracts for the transport projects that are not, do not have the will to assume the risk. So that's why our legal framework is mitigating this type of risk, so these can be bankable and attractive projects for the private sector through the creating this type of shadow toll that we have in projects such as the metro or many others through the partial acknowledgement of the CAPEX and the COPEX, which is the payment by availability, and those are the things that we have the East and the West Pan American, and the things that we will have for the centenary one. Thank you so much. I did not persuade her about expressing the huge, the very important work of the multilateral banking system, and not just the local one. In many of the countries, they are working and they have a very important role in this structuring process. I want to ask, can you hear us well? Because it's cutting up. Yes, okay, I see. So two topics that I think are worth to talk about in the part of the constitution is the balancing of risks, or hazards, very important, and among those, it is also to understand the role of, so we can ensure the demand, so we can precisely create this type of market. Those are critical elements for the successful cases. Thank you so much. And Julia, thank you so much for including the multilateral banking in this part. Guillermo, the Santiago Metro. We are doing things together. This has been a very important because of the hybrid contributions, not just for the emission of bonds and also the issuing of bonds, but also the resources that are not included in fees or tariffs. Which were the most important, relevant initiatives, so that we can have perhaps a comment here. Once we see the Metro de Santiago, if you compare these in the financial standpoint, they are as one of the most important transport companies in the world. It's a very successful case. So can you share with us how this hybrid vision has worked out? Hello, good afternoon. First of all, I want to thank the CAF for the invitation to partake on this event, a tremendous event that has gathered different actors, stakeholders. After saying this, I would like to somehow try to, with the case of the Metro de Santiago, we want to express how we can incorporate the private sector to create a public private partnerships so we can develop these long-term transport projects that at the end of the day is changing lives, such as the case of the Metro Santiago case. Let me have a very quick presentation so everyone knows what we're talking about. Metro Santiago, it is a 100% public company. This is an anonymous company that has as a single owner this state of Chile, the national government that has 4,600 employees, direct employees, and then we need to add 13,000 employees, non-direct employees, many of them on the daily operations, around 8,000 of them hired daily. And also we have an important amount of employees on the construction of the new lines. We have advanced strongly on the female participation, achieving 30% of the contribution on that. The current line has 149 kilometers, more than 400 substations, in operation 215 trains, more or less, moving 2.2 million of passengers daily. The plan that we are fostering right now is one of the most ambitious plans that we have had in terms of metro. We are working today in 3 projects, working at the same time, the line 7, the line 9, and the extension of the line 6, and requiring all the environmental permits for the construction of the line 8. We are also working on the extension of the lines towards the Santiago airport and also having a mobilization plan of the eldest lines that have more than 50 years. So in total, we have 9,000 million of USD that need funding. The question here is how to do it and how through all this process we can also incorporate the private sector. The challenge is giant. We're talking about more than 149 kilometers of a network and to being able to move more than 2 million that we are moving right now up to 4 million after all this. These cannot be done can be done just with the company and also with the state of Chile. This can be actually feasible, including many other collaborations. And one of the collaborations that we have had always is all the private sector, and this is an event that is sometimes not so well known. A collaborator that is constantly enabling for the metro to create more income versus the ones that is just created by the operation. The income that is a product of the businesses that are different from the operation, or those are the ones that are representing this almost a 16%, meaning that from those 600,000 million of USD that we have for a total income, around 100,000 of those are coming from the association that is created with different areas so we can exploit the integration, the business of flow, as we call that, businesses, connectivity of data that we have among their network, and also very important, the payment methods, the cards, so we can leverage a different type of businesses through it, and a business that we're exploring recently, the different type of elements, devices. Yes, with the participation of the private sector, we have been able to work on this, and thanks to that, we have been able to create a very important business, and that's the way the cake is distributed. 49% of the income, the difference to the ticket payments, and this is associated with private sector, this comes from the exploitation of payment methods, the access to the ticket payment. We have a company affiliated to that, so thanks to that we can take more advantage of this association and this tickets related business. The rest are associated with the flow of passengers, ATMs, for example, vendor machines, different type of products, publicity that spaces that are sold as or the main businesses are exploited in this context. So those type of partnerships are very important. As I'm explaining, very important in Metro that we started from this from the very beginning. Now, as for the funding of the new lines, it is important to have partnerships from a different type of stakeholders, of actors. The challenge, as I was saying, to collect 9,000 million of USD for the new lines. This is not a small number. We have a restriction of cash flow that is very important from the fiscal. In Chile, as you can see in this slide, the contribution of capital on this at 30%. It is contributed with the ticket payments of the users, and this relationship will be the opposite. The highest amount of resources that are needed to build the new lines will be provided by the debt of the loans acquired by the companies. We need to find that with multilaterals, with the CA. If we have a line of credit within of 800 million USD, we're going to issue green bonds in Switzerland for almost 400,000 US dollars, and the Asian market, we're going to explore the Asian, the American market that will go beyond the local market, so we can issue the rest of the debt. That is the way we have planned working with the private sector, so we can tackle each one of the challenges presented by the growth of a network in more than 50%, and then will be one of the largest ones in Latin America with more than 230 kilometers, and this is a challenge that is very important. Thank you very much. Thank you, Guillermo. A couple things that I want to have a takeaway here. Guillermo is using a sentence that sometimes in Chile is very common, but in Latin America is not. It's still debatable. The frequent collaborator, the private sector. I think that's more likely the element for the private sector to understand the type of risk that this represents, because we can be included and we can fund the metro in Santiago is a good example of that. And the other element is the diversification of the business. Once you can leverage everything, the dimensions of real estate, that sometimes these are few cases we have online in the United States that have been done brilliantly, and the Santiago Metro has been one of the pioneers in this aspect. Thank you so much for the vision. Ostos, you do have a huge responsibility in the trust, the vile trust where you work, and all the big lines with tolls, and you are in charge on this vehicle producer and financing, executing and implementing all the vile solutions. That is not just for improving the connectivity in the country, but also aiming to the first strategy in the Dominican Republic, which is tourism, is to create a closeness in all the centers. So from that vision, which are the institutional decisions that have been critical, so we can make them believable and fundable. Which one is the balance between the social acceptance and the need of investment? So let me put it very raw there. Anytime you need to develop those beautiful areas that we know exist in the Dominican Republic, and then you need to create these vile transport assets. How can you persuade the community so they can believe that this is a very important bet for the future for the development of the country? Thank you so much. This is a great opportunity to be in this afternoon with all of you. Before I answer your question, I would like to explain what is the vile movement trust. This is a public company. It's a network as well that belongs completely to the Dominican state that is in charge of the administration and the operation of the toll system of the Dominican Republic. Through this vehicle and through the future flows and the financial projections that we do, we have issued in the trade market in the Dominican Republic. So we found ourselves, we can enlarge the main network of roads in the area, and that's why our trust, that's our main role. We need to operate and manage the roads and the tolls in the country. Nowadays, we manage around 18 tolls in the Dominican Republic. We are fostering an amount of amendments or I must say, the most important avenues in terms of transport connectivity in the Dominican Republic, and also we want to enlarge as well the road infrastructure in the country. For example, this year we have under construction 8 more connectivities are fully funded by resources of the system of tolls of the country. So it is not just the way we can enlarge the system, but also how can we actually provide to the society so they can understand the people and the country, so they can understand the need of these infrastructure, road infrastructures that we are building in all these circuits in different areas of the country. First of all, so we can generate development, employment, and connectivity. Today, in the Dominican Republic, we do have connectivity that is just very unique in the country and the region. We also we're in charge of the maintenance and the areas and tools, and these are fostering the huge amount of programs that can strengthen the service and the experience in this sector, especially in the road of Dominican Republic. We have also the lighting program. We're using solar lamps here in a huge amount of the roads in the Dominican Republic, and in the darker areas and the more critical areas we have more amount of collisions. This is a solution that we have ahead of us, which is the mitigation of the amount of collisions that we have in the roads in the country, the cleaning program, for example, and another program that we have had for the last 13 years, and that was contributed that has this role of commitment before we created trust, which is the program that assistance number protection on the road. So we have worked on this, we have strengthened it, we have improved it, and we have a single hotline, which is the 511, so we can provide 24/7 service for free in the whole Dominican Republic anytime assistance service is needed in the roads of the country. We also have the huge challenge also of keep working on connectivity projects with the future flow that are done in the trade market. And as I was expressing today before before this event, I was working with the multilateral bank, and I also was a leader of this organization for almost 5 years. And one of the first milestones, the most important milestones that we have this year is first to finance one of the most important projects for the most important corridors that will be developed for the Dominican Republic, which is the Lambar Avenue. That includes about 35 kilometers, more or less, so we can connect the Santiago province, the Caballeros, with Puerto Plata. And as I explained, to connect the industrial sectors, commercial sectors, the free duty sectors with Puerto Plata, which is a touristic city. I think most of you might know about this city. So this is an investment of 500 million USD, with the future income that we get for the tolls placed over there. So for the first time, then we can reach to the multilateral bank so we can fund it. We're working with the CAF and the studies of the flow, the traffic, so we can see the highest amount of funding that we can get with the multilateral bank. So then we can start by mid of this year on this important avenue in the area. There's another project that we are funding and executing right now, such as different elevated bridges in the main avenue of the country, and also different type of areas so we can reach to all the circuits in the Dominican Republic. The last milestone that is also very important is for the multilateral bank, the participation in general projects that we have they're managed by them. This is a nation program developed by us. So for the first time, we can have a participation of the international banking and also the multilateral bank in these programs of emissions that are created in the Vile Trust. We can fund the main infrastructure road projects in the Dominican Republic.
Absolutely, we will continue doing this. I highlight the last point. How can we have a combination between multilateral banking and that it's still opening for the international bank? That's on the multilateral, which is to be market makers so that asset is every time much more attractive and it can be financed. And with this, Hector, when we invited you, if there's someone who has a lot of experience in the world of financing and understanding how to clear that asset class to finance, is definitely you. I have several questions that I would like to put into a single one, taking advantage of your knowledge. What benefits, besides the capital part, can have the private sector in the development of infrastructure projects of transportation in Latin America? And in particular, how can it contribute to have better operations as to strengthening the transference of knowledge and improve the efficiency of the management and improve in working with the sustainability markets? It's a very simple question in 3 minutes. Thank you. Well, hell, thank you very much. Well, I would like, first and foremost, I would like to thank the CAF for this invitation. It is a great honor to be here with you all and with this panel of experts. From my humble point of view, I don't know if I'm an expert. I do have a lot of experience, but I would say more scars than experience itself. And to address your question, well, obviously, private capital is highly important. We, as Macquarie, we are an Australian company group. We trade. We are at the stock exchange. We're public. We're investors. We are developers. We're managers of assets, of infrastructure, and also of energy. And to give you a little bit of context of the size of the group, we have more than 30 offices around the world. On the asset of we have 600 US million dollars. So we are very good investors. And what I would tell those who are here, capital, there is a lot of available capital. I think the problem is not capital, but it's about generating the right conditions to attract that capital. And also there is different capital. What am I talking about here? When we see investing opportunities, we want to make sure that the development of project is made in a high standardized level, and we work a lot with different institutions such as CAF and other multilateral institutions to make sure that that development is performed as good as possible. And that has some benefits, not only in terms of the quality of the road, but it also has benefits for the users of that road in terms of security, and it also has benefits of community, and it also has financial benefits. It's a cascade effect to do things the right way. Maybe it's a little bit controversial, but sometimes the cheapest capital is not necessarily the best one. So I think we need to find a design that contemplates all these elements to make sure we have a good project. Why? These assets are 15 or 20 years old. And the other point I would like to mention is that we as investors, we feel there is a very strong obligation in the communities where we are investing. So I already mentioned the security factor, that's key, but we also feel, and this addresses your question on the way we can share that knowledge. We have a foundation, and I will give you an example of something that we have done in Mexico. We've worked with a group where we have identified almost 1,000 students of communities that are typically more marginalized communities. And with this money, what we are doing is we're giving them training to prepare them so they have the right opportunities of work. That's some kind of training. And we've done it in Mexico, and the impact of this is on 5 cities: Durango, Puebla, Chiapas, and the city of Mexico City. I'm forgetting about the 5th one, but the point is, this capital that we are investing is a capital that's thought in the long term to consider the benefit of students, of communities, and also our institutions. It should be a win-win, and that's the way we see it, and that's the attitude that the organization has in our projects. And last Latin America for us is a market that's very interesting. Right now, we are in Mexico, Colombia, and Brazil, and we are looking at different countries such as Panama and Central America, and in other countries in South America. Obviously, the collaboration of institutions such as CAF is very important in that effort, and we do believe there are great opportunities, and hopefully, we can do much more. Thank you. Thank you, Hector. I will have two takeaways. The cheapest capital is not necessarily the best capital. That says a lot about the added value, especially when you're building an asset class, and that would allow me to connect with the next question. But the other thing is that it's like an anecdote, a joke, but having a lot of scars in this market is a clear sample of doing things the right way. I don't think there's a perfect investment. That there's a constant experience in these markets and lessons to learn. So, a podcast. You're a global operator in Latin America and Europe and in the rest of the world. You also have a very clear a vision of the multilateral banking. You were working with the competitors previously, right? We will forgive you for that. But which ones have been in your vision? What elements do you see that could be beneficial from the regulatory point of view, social governance, that you consider can somehow help strengthen the Latin American markets to have better flow of private investment to infrastructure projects? One of the greatest challenges that maybe what Hector was saying before, is that it's not lack of capital, it's a lack of big projects. Still in Latin America, there are not too many big projects. If you can give us an example of how one of those elements has decreased the cost of capital or has unblocked the financing. We cannot hear Bosco. Can you hear me? Thank you, Angela, and thank you all. I'm very thankful with CAF for the opportunity you're giving us of being here. Undoubtedly, I think CAF has been positioning as that fundamental aspect to mobilize digitalization and social projects. The role that they're playing in the region, and with this event that a lot of us have called the voice of Latin America, it gives us a big opportunity of being able to analyze these important topics. As we know quite well in our region, there is a big necessity for infrastructure, and with the highest standards of security in Latin America, road infrastructure holds almost 50% of the commerce and in the region. However, the delay that we have in the region is huge. While we have 2.6 million kilometers in the region, out of if we go study this per 1,000 square kilometers, there is 188 kilometers of roads, and just 1/6 of that are paved and are 100% used. The region invests approximately 1% of the global GDP, well, way below 6%, which is recommended by the CEPAL. And that says a lot of the huge gap that there is for the financing. As for now, we require in the region an investment of 210 and 250,000 million dollars a year. Clearly, our governments have a lot of necessities in social terms, in inequality, and so forth, where they are channeling the resources in the right way. But unfortunately, in many of the countries of the region, there is an important delay of infrastructure. And as Hector was saying, those resources can come from the private sector as well. This is why so many times there are so many good ideas, very good PowerPoints, but very few projects. And when it is taken down to the Excel, well, it becomes more scarce. So in that sense, this capital, instead of coming to the region, well, it's going to another region. What do we see? We see that the APPs, the public-private options, the concession model, is a great mechanism to mobilize investment from the private sector. We have the right sharing of risks between the private and the public sector. There are certain risks that for the government is easier to manage. For example, the roads of the rights of the road and things that have to do with the regulation of the country. And there are other risks, financial risks of construction, that I'm sure the private will be able to do it with better quality and better costs than the public sector. So what do we have as a challenge? Well, only 50% of the Latin American countries have units of regulatory entities, of public and private associations, and this says a lot that evidently in those countries where you don't have this type of units, well, it's more complicated to present different projects that could be taken to the banking and subject to private sectors. What do we require right now? Now diving into it clearly, well, models of investment that have the right and clear technical descriptions and that have the sustainability both in the social and environmental areas. We can clearly see that our regions face every time more and more these type of climate phenomena that can take place in on the roads, and evidently something that we hear a lot that we heard a lot this morning in the conversations of the 8 heads of state that we heard. They can take something to the communities where these projects are being are. In our case, we have this idea very clear, because ultimately the conversations that we have and the concessions that we have are 30-40 years, and in that regard, it's our own interest to become a good neighbor of those communities where we operate. And part of that benefit, beyond the interconnection and so forth, can stay within the communities where we operate. What do we require? Well, it's very simple. Legal uncertainty, the contracts to be complied with. I think there are very successful models, which is the case of Chile, where they have very agile mechanisms for these resolution of controversies. There are occasions where we simply do not agree, and the investor and the Ministry of Infrastructure and do not agree in some points, and by having these type of mechanisms that allow somehow to in a speedy way to solve these problems, to make progress in a more effective way. The private sector is ready to invest, and the private sector is very aware of the necessities, social necessities that we have, and it's also very aware of the road security. That's the first cause of death of young people from 5 to 27 years old, and in that regard, we as operators, we have a very key role to play, in the sense that we need to make sure our roads and highways comply with the highest standards of quality and road safety. And for this purpose, we have different institutions such as the IRA the International Road Assessment Program that scores the roads with stars. A road with more than 3 stars is a safe road. If from the moment the government has the contract and has the requirement of 3 or more stars, we can close that gap in terms of road accidents that affect and the lives of thousands of people and their communities, their families. Thank you very much. Thank you, Bosco. I think I would define that idea of the triple scope: social, economy, and environment. Resilience, so our roads last longer and are better built. Social, so we can take the communities into account, and of course, economic, because that's the roads are that main instrument for the well-being. We have just a few minutes. We just to, so you know, I will take 5 minutes from you. So please don't show me the red card or yellow card. And this question is 1.5 minutes for each one of you. Please be as brief as possible. I will start with you, Ana Julia. What priority adjustment do you think you're trying to do to work on the pipeline without increasing fiscal risk or contract controversies? Your first intervention is how Panama has been very careful with the contracts to generate stability and reduce uncertainty. Well, um, for the purpose of the metro and the railroads, we're incorporating different complementary services as different services. So to reduce the financing costs, we include green financing, and we're going to incorporate pension funds so they finance tradition labor. But I would also like to share very briefly with you, we had a modification to the legal framework to boost the social infrastructure as an instrument of social cohesion, and within this we introduced 4 prioritization criteria, and we're part of the CAF that was given by the CAF, and they gave us tools, and the 4 criterias were as agreed as what Bosco was saying, trying to incorporate projects that were not just a simple PowerPoint, projects that could have been APP in other jurisdiction. We took this a little bit late to this discussion, so we're migrating in the region to see what were the projects that were given and financed. So I think that's where the line is going. Additionally, we would like to incorporate with the Ministry of Finance a fund of investment and a fund to face contingencies, and well, to include sovereign guarantees for the projects that are not part of the risky operations. And I don't know if I took 1.5 minutes, and yes, I would like to take advantage of that. Let's do that together. Let's build that. Let's create infrastructure together. That's why this is the infrastructure bank. Thank you very much, Guillermo. In that ambitious plan to expand the metro, what key conditions would you incorporate so the financing continues being green and sustainable? Well, the first thing that I would like to point out is that from the transportation and public service, it's a huge potential to generate investment that are greener, that are more sustainable, and that give a new boost to the concession sector, to this possibility of having long-term collaboration between the public and the private sector. Investing in public transportation is investing in a better life quality. It's investing in a lot. What many presidents said in the morning is to take a lot of people out of poverty, and by giving them better alternatives. And we finance railroads and first level projects for this. It's a huge challenge. There is an additional financing, and I think that could be given by the concessions where you have roads that many of our countries already have, a lot of experience, and that today they have some terms have expired, and the renewal of that type of concessions, or the new ones would be to contemplate in parallel the financing of huge projects of public transportation. What better than is creating a new model of concession for the long term, and part of that, the cost that private users pay for, or public first level projects. I think this is a good way to empower and to give power to the participation of the private sector, to give a that would be good to give them better participation, like social legitimacy, and by the way, to boost our cities, which are the development engine of our countries. Before you leave, we know you're about taking the flight Ostos. What would be your recommendation for other countries to evaluate similar models? I think that it was previously mentioned about the experiences that you would like to apply in different institutions similar to ours that are already applying. A big part of our projects are the pension funds. We are seeing and we're looking at the opportunities with the Inter American Bank. And what I can affirm is that this instrument is self sustainable and it is successful, and it allows you to somehow, in a more transparent and agile way and more efficient way, to operate and manage and expand that deficit of road infrastructure that we have throughout the region of Latin America. It is a very interesting vehicle, and I would gladly welcome you, or both the government or those interested, to learn about our model that we have in Dominican Republic and that we are strengthening to finance the main roads infrastructure that we have in our country. As you said, I have to leave now because the airplane is waiting for me. I'm very thankful, and I hope you can visit our country and learn about our projects and different success stories that we have worked with. Thank you very much for being with us, and please talk to. We will talk with our representative in your country to set that meeting in your country. Hector and Bosco, if you had to choose one condition, which would be it and why? I don't know why I'm getting all the difficult questions. Yeah, because we couldn't go to that dinner together. I think that the answer is the following. We have spoken of risk management. All the panelists have talked about it, but I think somehow they've all mentioned the importance of finding a right balance in the risks. If I have to highlight or point out a particular risk, it has to do with permissions and to take out the necessary permissions for the projects. And yes, and to materialize that a little bit more, I would mention some environmental and social permits. They're highly important. But these are things that, us in private investor, we can only get to a certain point, and we truly need the help and support of governments and of course institutions that have influence and who work with those governments. That would be point number one. But I'll give you a homework. The second risk is we are talking about strengthening an regional integration, a physical integration, a digital integration, etc. But every country, and I think this is important because every country is a sovereign entity. They have their own framework, and so how can we find common topics and to harmonize, to facilitate the development of regional projects. I think that would be very important. It would be a unique opportunity for next year. I would like to see that well, not, I'm just kidding, but I think that that would be a good step for everyone. Thank you very much. I agree with Hector's statement. Just to complement, I would say, I would mention too that I already mentioned in my presentation that had to do with key rules, clear rules, and legal certainty, that what's written there is complied with. Thank you very much. Just to close, I would keep 5 points that I think that I would like to summarize in this panel. The first one is less or fewer PowerPoints and more and better projects. We need that. The second thing is definitely the dimension of knowing how to make sure and work with the risks. And the third thing is the social and the environmental aspect to it, which is key if we want to create better transportation assets. And I would like to answer about the integration, about the necessity to create broad markets. Latin America and the Caribbean do not generate stability because they have a very low level of integration. We need to integrate because it connects roads and markets, but we need to make progress to a better connection, digital connection. In this panel, we're talking about open skies and to redesign so there is more air connection. We're working with the CAF. In fact, my team, we're working a lot on that. And the fifth one is that after the 28th of January, that's today, after the first quarter of century and 28 days, we have the APP and the private participation, the new plaque for the investment of infrastructure. We have been doing this for more than 25 years, and it's still necessary. Without private investment, infrastructure in Latin America and the Caribbean, it will not be successful. Please, round of applause to all the panelists. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your participation in this panel about the inclusion of the private sector in the transportation air sector. I wanted to remind you all that the following panels we will have some English-speaking speakers, and therefore please go ahead and pick up your devices or change your language within the app. Thank you very much.
La idea era movilizar ese tuvimos una cena que no pudimos ir con nuestra buena amiga. Ahí en Chile tenemos varios
Hay una credencial aquí. La credencial de Héctor se quedó.
Héctor, la credencial.
La credencial, no la olvide.
Acá viene uno de...
¿Tú eres de alguno de ustedes? Perdón.
Gracias. Así es. Por favor. Ah, qué maravilla. Claro, por supuesto, pero es que está muy fácil, es que lo que tú decías, en el momento que vuelves a licitar. En este momento está
Invitamos por favor a que tomen asiento para continuar con el próximo panel.
Please take a seat so we can continue with the next panel.
Continuando, reunimos a líderes regionales que nos hablarán sobre la conexión sur.
And they will be talking about the South connection, South Africa, to a new leadership. We would like to invite Eddie Bermudez, Director of Diversity of CAF, who will be given the introduction words to this panel. Is it audible? Is it audible? Can you hear me? I wanted to know if everyone was listening. I will be doing the. If there are people who need, or your colleagues if need interpretation, there is a QR code and you can download it, because these are silent rooms, and then we will explain to you how it works. So you can download the app and listen simultaneously. Do you all have the device? All right.
Can you hear us? I'm testing right now just to make sure that you can actually hear us. All right, so I believe that we will start now. All right, let's start. I am Eddie Marcelin, the Director of Diversity of the CAF for Latin America and the Caribbean. It is an honor for us to have this conversation that is called South Connections, like Africa, branching towards a global leadership. We're going to cover different type of topics. We will talk about architecture, financial architecture, international collaboration. We're going to talk about topics related with environmental sustainability as well. Just I want to share with you one very important topic here. 60% of the jungle of the world is concentrated between Africa and Latin America. This is a very important topic for our agenda. Some of the learnings that we want to have from Latin America, from Africa, is intra-regional trade. Africa has a very important and good practices on that. 2 years ago in the CAF, we were in Nairobi in the General Assembly of the African Development Bank. We have a very important achievements in that, and also with this bank, we were able to create the Africa Bank. We were able to create different type of proposals for the region. So our community of CAF is opening this first conversation on Africa and Latin America, and we hope we get more commitment with these agendas for the development of both regions. With this institutional introduction on behalf of the CAF, we want to welcome Lorena Arroyo. She will be this panel's moderator for the presentation of our panelists. Thank you very much. Hello, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this panel. South-South connection, the partnerships between SELEC and Africa toward a new global leadership. We had heard during the whole time all the crisis that has put under threat all the transnational relationships and all some of the crises. From the crisis, we can get also good, great opportunities. I feel that this panel precisely will help us to talk about these opportunities, the very important opportunities that have been there, always so diverse and so big opportunities like the ones that we have had in this continent, in Latin America and Africa and the Latin America. Sometimes we have not paid enough attention to these areas as we should. To talk about between this equal horizontal conversation between these two regions that have shared past and huge challenges and economical level, technological and environmental challenges, and of course many opportunities. So today we have four panelists. We'll start with Epsi Campbell, most likely, as you know, the former Vice President of Costa Rica. Welcome, Epsi. Besides Vice President, being the Vice President, she is also the promoter of the International Day of the Afro-Descendants in the General Assembly of the UN, and she led the Permanent Forum of the Afro-Descendants in this organization between 2022 and 2024. Welcome, Epsi. We also have here, let's see, how can I pronounce his name? Okechukwu Yerika, the General Director of Operations at Caribbean Office of African Export-Import Bank, the Afrix Bank. Welcome. We also have Alvin Boats, the Deputy Ministry of International Relations and Cooperation of South Africa.
Mr. Boats. Y finalmente acabamos con Daniel Best.
We have Daniel Best, the President of the Caribbean Development Bank. Welcome, Mr. Best. We are going to have this conversation in both languages. So I would like to start with the former President, Vice President of Costa Rica, Mrs. Campbell. This is not just a milestone for the region that is worth to remember, you know. In 2018, you became the first deputy vice president, Afro-descendant president in Latin America and also for the Caribbean after for 150 million that identify themselves as Afro-descendants, more an important amount of percentage in the region. Can you hear me? Because they are telling me. All right, but he's also an important defender, champion for social justice. I would like to ask you, I wanted to ask you from your perspective, how the cooperation in Latin America and the Caribbean can become a tool to reduce inequality, historical inequalities, and to promote as well development in both continents. I'm imagining that this worked perfectly well. Can you hear me? Excellent. First of all, I want to thank the extraordinary possibility that we have here to debate on a topic that is critical, because anytime we think about the new geopolitical situations and context, we need to start to think how we can develop partnerships that are stronger between two continents that have a lot to learn from each other, but has a lot of joint strength to foster. I would like to say that both continents and both regions, the African continent, the Caribbean and the Latin American area, represent 25% of the global population. We're talking about a percentage that is big enough so we can have a voice. But also we have some characters that are not minor. We have common grounds that are also very important in terms of the resources of the biodiversity that we are protecting in both areas. We also have a very important possibility of multiplying the partnerships between Africa and Latin America and the Caribbean. And I would like to say here that we must create and set clear goals, such as multiplying trades, creating strategic partnerships in the development of the infrastructure. We have strategic partnerships to work in a much more effective way in the multilateral organizations and bodies. Together, we get more votes so we can make strategic decisions, but also we do have an advanced experience. I want to say the Brazilian experience in relationship with the African continent in terms of cooperations are a referral point. And the partners, the partnerships that were created in a very serious way by the CARICOM with the African Union, those are also pathways. I want to point out what the Colombian government has done through the Vice President Francia Marquez, opening Latin America in relationships with many African countries. I would like then to pose some things that we can do in the short term just to conclude. One of those things is to align some priorities of investment, coordinate everything related with the productive development. We agreed on some agro-industrial production. We might be able to create cooperations that are absolutely direct. And there are some other topics that I want to highlight here regarding public sanitation, health, biotechnology, pharmaceutical production at the regional level, where we have some extraordinary foundations in here. Let me conclude by answering the question that I also believe that the future of the humankind will be a lot focused on this area. The youth, the largest youth that we will have by 2050 will be located in Africa and in the Latin American countries. So with that perspective in mind, I think that we need to prioritize the political agendas in women and youth, thinking about the transformation that these partnerships can generate so we can ensure human development that definitely will benefit millions of people in both continents. And that's also their desire. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mrs. Campbell. As you say, these are initiatives that perhaps are maybe flavorless, perhaps isolated by each one of the countries. But also we do have now the opportunity of the Select Summit of the African Union in next March in Bogota, promoted by the government of Colombia, as you mentioned. What do you think is missing so we can build a South-South leadership that can be truly transforming? All right, thank you so much. I believe that the first thing that we must do is after this opportunity, we believe we need to create a permanent working group between the SELEC and the African Union. Then this will become an opportunity so we can establish it periodically once we can identify the cooperation area so we can establish a working plan. I will say it at least of 10 years, so then we can go deeper into these areas. The second thing that I feel that is quite important, it is the harmonization of norms or regulations that we must have so we can make the trade faster, the exchange of knowledge as well faster. I believe that we have at this point a possibility of creating some facilitation even in customs and regulations so we can actually advance. I believe that we need to connect companies. One of the things that can actually generate a much larger development is the connections of companies and local governments. Today we do have the possibility, and after conversations with the mayor of Cali's City Hall, there is a way to create a partnership between local governments in Africa and also in this part of the world. We just not have to think of it based on the national perspective, but in all the opportunities that can be generated once we identify that the local governments are also the ones that are closer to the people. I believe, and I really want to propose some areas where we need to go faster on the cooperation strategies, and these are areas I think, and I want to propose the possibility, for example, of the development of development of an initiative regarding access to financial resources for women in the communities that can actually unchain or create more processes. A specific partnership, so we can think, for example, a global bank for women, but perhaps we can do it first between two regions where they have the need of a larger development with some pilots that we can develop locally so they can start processes. Let me go even more specific here. We need to create an agenda with concrete outcomes. So it's not just a political agenda of good intentions, but also an agenda where we can say we are going to advance on these regulations areas. We have advanced on using the CIF, for example, the Latin American Bank of Investments, as a partnership with the African Development of bank so we can foster banking for women and development. So then we will be the pioneers globally. I believe that that is the pathway, the roadmap. That is the advantage. I feel that we need to see that as an advantage. The advantage is that we are starting as a clean board because now we have the possibility of writing everything from zero, creating partnerships in moments of global transformation. These are moments with evidently the transformation and the geopolitics, the focus is changing, are changing, and this moment to consolidate partnerships that would allow us to really truly ensure the dignity and the development, not just for the countries as a whole, but also for the people, the urge for the insurance of the well-being. Thank you very much. Thank you, Epsi.
We are now traveling to both to Africa and to the Caribbean with Mr. Ijerica, the Regional Chief Operating Officer of Afrexim Bank, sorry, and its Caribbean office. Welcome. And let's talk about business opportunities. Mrs. Campbell was talking about these opportunities that both regions have. Latin American countries annually import nearly $12 billion in products from Africa and export more than 18 billion, and it's mainly vegetables, primarily corn. Yeah. So what are the main challenges you are facing while trying to connect these two regions commercially? What's your experience after 2 years working in Barbados?
Well, thank you very much for that question. So what I think is that she's absolutely right. Even with that number of trade that has taken place between Africa and the Latin American region, there is still opportunity and potentials for more trade to take place. But unfortunately, we have not been able to take full advantage of this possibility simply because the underlying infrastructures are not yet there. And that for me is a big challenge that needs to be addressed. So for us, we realize, yes, there are problems, but it's not enough for us to talk about those problems from morning to night. It's for us to say, what solutions can we put in place to address them? And what can we do to make sure that we now create a more connected Africa, Caribbean, and Latin America trade corridor? Now, one of the challenges is absolutely because what we see traded is raw commodities, no value add. We end up outsourcing labor from our region and then importing finished products from the raw material that are coming from our region. And when you are exporting raw commodities, then it makes it difficult for you to export within other developing countries like ourselves. So it means that one of the key solutions that need to be created is the value-added export potentials to enhance it for the purpose of making sure that when we are trading, we are trading goods, not just raw commodities, but those that have value added to them. And this is why, for us in Afrexim Bank, one of the strategic pillars of the bank is focus on export development. It's one of the strategic pillars. And also, for those who don't know much about Afrexim Bank, I think it makes sense also to step back a little bit and make a little introduction of the bank to showcase why we think connecting South-South trade is absolutely important. Now, we have over 3 decades of operation, having been set up to promote intra-African trade, that's trade between Africa and itself, as well as focus on South-South trade collaboration, which at the time didn't have anybody to focus on that. So for us, it's one of the key priority areas. We need to be able to create solutions, enablement that will ensure that we facilitate this kind of trade. Now, taking that further, we now find out that trade between Africa, yes, we've made tremendous success in that. We've supported actively the setup of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, which ultimately will create one of the biggest free trade areas in the world. So Africa has over 1 billion people population, so that's massive. So once linked up with the Caribbean, with the Latin America, that creates a sustainable market on itself. So it means that trade sufficiently can take place between these regions without the rest of the world. Now, I think that's one of the values that has come from the concerted effort that Afrexim Bank is making in this area. And we also believe strongly that with the geopolitical setup, what we're seeing on the geopolitical levels, that conversation about South-South trade is not just supposed to be rhetoric. It's supposed to be something that's given a lot more priority attention for us to be able to now give it the life it deserves, for us to create that trade corridor. Now, 2 years on in the Caribbean, of course, having been set up in 2023, August 2023 precisely, the bank have seen that there are similarities of need between Africa and the Caribbean. Both of us are at the same level pursuing development, need for industrialization, need for infrastructural development, need for capacity building for those who are going to play key areas. And the good thing about it is that prior to coming, we have over 3 decades of operation in Africa where we have developed tailor-made solutions that can address some of these core areas where there are challenges. And what we've seen happen now is more like a plug and play scenario, where now it's easy for us to deploy those solutions into the Caribbean. And we've seen that instantly we have ramped up operation within 2 years. And that is why just 2 years on, we have over 700 million approved credit that are being disbursed, targeting strategic areas, infrastructure, tourism, sustainable development programs and so on that are now impactful and then targeted towards solving this challenge that is there. The other priority area we think will work out eventually is when we are able to create that sea and air connectivity between the region, because currently we need to transit through the global west for us to connect between ourselves. And that is another area we think is of priority, and once solved will help us fix this challenge. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And what innovative financial instruments could be jointly developed between Africa and Latin America and the Caribbean to boost trade, investment, and sustainable development within the South-South framework?
Yes, I like the word jointly because, there is absolute need for collaboration. Nobody can do it alone. That's why we are grateful to CAF for bringing us here, that we are now coming in together jointly with another development finance institution from this region to now talk about how to create common solutions for Africa, for the Latin American region as well. So for us, we think there is need for that collaboration at the financing level, where the institutions from both regions can think about how they can come together, put in funds that can address specific areas of interest. I'm thinking about something like infrastructure fund. I'm thinking about something like climate fund that can address specific areas of development of both regions. And this is something that, with the collaboration we're seeing with ourselves, my brother in CDB, the president of CDB, is also here. Those kind of collaboration will create the impetus that is needed to advance some of the causes that we are all pushing individually. And for us, like I said earlier, is about Buttressing the point that there are similarities of problems means that the solutioning can also be the same. There's no need to reinvent the wheel. We found out that SME targeted finance is important and it has helped in Africa. We're deploying that absolutely here. We found out that the industrialization drive is absolutely required. So in Africa, we've created well over 10 special economic zones that are working, that has helped create employment and return value add for manufactured products in the continent. And we're also now looking to deploy same in the region. So having considered, currently considering potentials in Guyana, in Suriname, in Jamaica as well, to see how we can also replicate those values. So now you see how those synergies are working. Now we're seeing things where we can also empower local content players, right? So in Nigeria and some other African oil producing countries, for instance, we were able to create solutions that helped retain value within the oil servicing space locally. And we are also looking to replicate that in major Caribbean countries that have discovered oil. Talk about Suriname, talk about Guyana, where we are launching a local content program that will help fund the local suppliers to the international oil majors, to help them also make sure that they don't outsource the labor, they don't outsource value from the country, and then retain a huge volume of those solutions internally. And these are just a few. The others are payment solutions. The Pan-Africa payment and settlement system has worked excellently well in creating alternative payment solution for regional trade in Africa. We're working with the Caribbean Association of Central Banks to deploy that in the region. So we're having Caribbean payment and settlement system in the works to be developed and linked with PAPs to now create a seamless, regional payment platform that can facilitate intra-regional trade between the region and so on. So this is just a few. I know I could talk on and on, but it's massive and the opportunities are too numerous. We're taking advantage of it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And to talk about these huge opportunities that we have Mr. Alvin Boats from South Africa, the Deputy Minister of International Relations and Cooperation. I know, Mr. Boats, you know this region very well, Latin America and the Caribbean. You told me you've traveled around the region, and you know there are a lot of opportunities, some of them that are missed from your point of view. What should these two regions be doing in order to improve this South-to-South agenda?
Yes, no, thank you very much. I think the first problem statement is that the current economic trade flows between the African continent and CELAC as a region, we speak about less than 2% of global trade. So your political relationship is not reconcilable with your economic relationship. So that is the first issue. What we need, obviously, is to have in place an appropriate mechanism. That mechanism, of course, should be through the African Union and CELAC. For an example, South Africa has a particular trade incentive established between our country and the Mercosur economic group. But that only encapsulates a very few countries from within the region. So we should be arguing for a more formalized mechanism between these two continents. I am raising this because the opportunities are huge. For an example, as we speak, the African continent only trade 16% amongst themselves. This is the entire African continent. So when you have foreign direct investment that flows into Africa, invest in manufacturing, create industrialization, you'll then be able to produce products and services that will be on sale in the African continent. You'll be then able to get a privilege of your more than 90% tariff reduction. For an example, if you invest in South Africa, we are also part of the only customs union on the African continent. You'll be able then to also be exemption in terms of your excise and customs duty. So it's very big. But what is the flagship programs of the African Union? We speak about investment in infrastructure. We know that there's a very big energy infrastructure deficit on the African continent. We know that the renewable based economy in terms of energy and green economy is the future. And we should acknowledge that all your minerals that is necessitated for a renewable economy to a large extent are found within the African continent. So we are making a case on the African continent for countries from this region to invest in particular in our energy deficit. It's a huge investment program, of course. For example, if you look at South Africa, we are speaking about 14,000 kilometers of the expansion of your electricity transmission lines that are project ready, that required investments. So the African continent are not unique investment offerings. What is regrettable, of course, is that our investment partners, to a large extent, is your more industrialized North economies. It's more Asia and the Middle East. And we are coming here today to make a business case that we would want to trade with people, companies, multinational companies from this part of the world, because we have so much more to gain based on our historical lineage, the fact that the African diaspora is located in this region. So that is what we are submitting.
Thank you so much. Within the last year, both Africa and Latin America and the Caribbean have lost some of its traditional donors in terms of international cooperation, especially the US. How can global South countries strengthen their voice to promote a new global leaderships?
Well, of course, I think it's important that you have brought into fore the difficulty that face the world at this moment in terms of your trade wars, unilateral conduct, which also find extent in terms of your trade incentives or your trade punitive measures. We from South Africa have a very unique partnership. You know that we are part of the BRICS Plus groups, which not only focus on political and security cooperation, it also speaks about financial and economic cooperation. We are obviously piloting our BRICS payment and settlement mechanism, which will actually enable settlement in local currency in terms of your trade relations. So that is a fantastic opportunity. Secondly, we have the new development bank, which is complementary to the overarching Global South agenda. So you don't need to be a country that are a BRICS partner country to be able to benefit from the market capitalization from the new development bank. So this is a very unique opportunity of how to insulate ourselves from the trade wars and how to open them up more and new trade corridors.
Thank you so much. And we are moving to Daniel Best, which is the president of the Caribbean Development Bank. And Mr. Best, if I think about the Caribbean or about a beautiful paradise, of course, I think about resilience against the climate change. And I would like to ask you, what innovative financial mechanisms does the Caribbean Development Bank have that align economic growth with environmental sustainability that can be useful in building this South-to-South agenda?
Yeah, good afternoon, and thank you very much for the question. When we think about innovation and innovative products, we rush to designing new things and developing new products and coming up with fancy names and snappy acronyms. But it's getting late in the day here, and I know we've all been up from quite early. So I just want to urge us to bring it a little bit back to why we are here, and that is people. It's about people. Before we jump to the new products and the new fancy titles and the innovative designs, it's about people. And therefore, with that in mind, innovation, in my mind, is about shifting who has access to capital and shifting who determines what success looks like. And so with that as our guiding point, let's look back at what CDB has done. CDB was a founding member of CIFI, the Central American Financial House. And in being a founding partner of CIFI, we were also, we took an equity stake in the development of the $200 million US dollar Caribbean Sustainability Fund, which focused on developing products in the Caribbean and Latin America, financed by the Caribbean and Latin America, delivering solutions to the people of this region. But let's look further, let's look within the Caribbean now. In December last year, our board approved, the Caribbean Development Bank's board approved the Caribbean Community Resilience Fund, developed by Cygnus, an equity house out of Jamaica, $250 million US dollars, again, which will be developing projects within the Caribbean. But not just looking at, projects within the Caribbean that are ready, but providing technical assistance to businesses within the Caribbean to help them prepare their projects and get them to a stage of readiness for capital investment. My brother Oki from Afrexim speaks about the importance of trade. And we are locked in on that. But what does that look like, right? We know, for instance, in the Caribbean, I'm speaking about the Caribbean here, we have excess of US $7 billion in liquidity in our commercial banking sector, sitting, doing nothing. But what we have also is approximately US $10 billion in demand. So we have entrepreneurs and businesses with approximately US $10 billion of ideas that are going nowhere. And we have $6 to $7 billion in funding that isn't reaching them. So we have a disconnect. We in the multilateral development banking community can't continue to sit on the sidelines and hope that it is figured out between the banking sector and the private sector and government. So what does CDB do? Last year, we developed a trade finance guarantee program, providing first loss guarantees to the commercial banking sector for entrepreneurs, for businesses focused on trade. What does that mean? It reduces the risk of commercial banks to invest in these companies, thereby, one, unlocking capital from the commercial banking side, but also facilitating the movement of goods and services intra-regionally, and yes, across the Atlantic to Africa and to other parts of the world. We didn't stop there. We're providing TA to those businesses to become ready to move their finances. We didn't stop there. We have determined that many, and it's not an indictment on commercial banks, but just by virtue of the fact that they haven't done it very often, most commercial banks and the loans officers that these entrepreneurs will face have no idea how to appraise these projects. So we're actually undertaking training in the commercial banking sector such that when these new businesses are cleared for loans, and they go into the bank, officers will know how to appraise them, thereby unlocking trade. So it is an ecosystem of moving capital within the region and facilitating the businesses within the region to move capital out of the region. Oki touched on it, and I mean, I think we all know, given how 2026 has started, that we need to draw closer to our friends. We need to determine who our friends are and draw closer to them. And this is, look, as many of our leaders have said, every sovereign entity has the right to determine its own direction. And that also includes the Caribbean. And Afreximbank was essentially the first multilateral to look across the Atlantic and determine they will set up shop within the Caribbean, within the diaspora, to do business. And within CDB, we have started looking in that direction, and we're actively developing some exciting projects, which will come to the fore later this year. But these are the types of things that we need to do to foster South-South cooperation in the development space. Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, from your experience, how can the financial
I need to put this back on.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. From your experience, how can the financial system help close structural gaps and ensure that Latin America and Africa partnership benefit the most vulnerable communities?
Yeah, so this is an interesting one because in my mind, integration doesn't happen if those who are excluded continue to be excluded, but just at a larger scale. That is not integration. That is developing products that we are very pleased with. And in the development community, we look at each other and we sit in forums like this and we feel quite proud. But those who are excluded remain excluded. So let's break it down. Communities aren't interchangeable. We need to design projects and programs for communities where they are. Because something might have worked in Abuja doesn't necessarily mean the same thing will work in Barbuda. The underlying tenets may be there, and we have a platform to build off of, and we can build off of the experience, but we need to get into the communities and hear from them what they actually need instead of determining from our highly intellectual perspectives what they need and designing systems for them. And this is also the approach we're taking. Right now at the bank, we are developing perhaps the most comprehensive community mapping that has ever taken place in the Caribbean. And with that, we will be far more targeted in how we design projects and programs. But also, the communities cannot take the risk. We have to step in and take the risk. So I'll give you an example. Energy. We speak a lot about renewable energy, and we know our Caribbean is blessed with sunshine, is blessed with water, is blessed with geothermal resources. It is not sufficient to expect countries to develop these resources on their own. We know the commercial banking sector has their own bottom line that they're relying on. We can't point fingers at them and determine that they should have stepped in. No, what we have done at the bank is developed a product called a contingent recoverable grant. And what does that look like? Well, Nevis has geothermal potential, but you're not going to get a commercial bank to come in and fund that because the resource is below the earth, and it has to be proven. So what we did at CDB, we provided $17 million to St. Kitts Nevis. $1 million is entirely a grant. $16 million is contingent, meaning all $17 million will be used to prove the resource. If the resource is proven and St. Kitts Nevis moves from exploration to generation. Then that converts to a loan, and they can repay the loan, they can service the debt from the sale of the resource. If the resource isn't proven for whatever reason, we think it will be, but if it isn't proven, it remains a grant. So you have now a sovereign entity that can extract its natural endowments and generate resources and income from it without in any way impairing the debt overhang of the country. This is the type of innovation that we have been doing. And in doing it, we're crowding in partners. CAF, for instance, and I can speak briefly about the multi-guarantor debt swap facility that we're developing with CAF, the IDB, and the World Bank. Again, swap in simple terms, and these are fabulously complex things, and a simple engineer like me can hope to explain it properly to you guys. But in simple terms, we are swapping their higher cost debt for our lower cost debt because our balance sheet is strong. We have AA, we are AA plus rated entity. That savings in their debt service, we determine with the countries that they will do some development initiative, whether it is in water, social, health, road infrastructure. This is the kind of innovative thinking that we are delivering to the region at scale. And this is how you reach communities where they are in a sustainable manner. I thank you.
Thank you so much. Y muchísimas gracias a todos por participar en este panel. I know we are out of time.
For participation in this panel.
Word, like really, really fast. We are at the stage Inspira, and we have here at the audience people from different countries and from different sectors. What piece of advice would you give to our audience if they want to look more to Africa and start today this South-to-South connection? Where to start? ¿Por dónde empezar si quieren hoy esa conexión?
On today, this South-South cooperation, where to start? Well, I would like to propose this South-South cooperation for the partnership between Africa and the region of Latin America and the Caribbean to prioritize, must prioritize a topic that is critical infrastructure, to create partnerships for public health and sanitary resilient system, drinkable water, roads, transportation, connectivity, and smart climate infrastructure. This is then a win-win partnership.
It's important to realize that this is the way to go. So we, from our own side, are opening up the door to introduce willing partners to potential collaborators. So the Afro-Caribbean Trade and Investment Forum, ACTIVE, is one of such opportunities where we bring in business people from Africa who have so far been connected with business people coming in from the Caribbean. And this year, at the next event, which is going to be in St. Kitts and Nevis between 30th to 31st of July, which I also take this opportunity to invite everybody to, we intend to expand this to include the Latin America. So they come into the same forum, meet with those potential clients that they can deal with, and then make the connection. So from our side, the value will also add will be in the area of de-risking the business relationship through most of our guarantee programs. We have country program. We have trade finance program like letters of credit and guarantees that can be issued to give assurance to those who are willing to deal with the others. And through what we call our Mansa repository, which is our digital platform for compliance, we are also able to provide trade information to potential business partners on who they can deal with within the continent, so that ultimately we see the Latin American community take advantage of the huge market opportunity that Africa presents, and vice versa for Africa. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Boats.
Yes, let me suppose I speak to investors here. And I want to just speak about, for example, South Africa's total market capitalization stands at 1.48 trillion US dollars. That is 60% of Africa's entire market capitalization. That is important. Secondly, if you look at our GDP, your foreign direct investment as a stock inflows into South Africa, it stands at 44.9%. So what you have to look as an investor is to look at the state of the financial sector, look at the type of market capitalization that is there. And we want to, of course, invite companies from the region to join the other 431 listed companies on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange and to become part of the 1.48 trillion US dollar market capitalization. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we end with you, Mr. Best.
In terms of priorities, to the private sector, the Caribbean is a highly investable place. It is. We have natural endowments in terms of both our tourism assets, but also, of course, commodities. We have a highly educated workforce, and most importantly, we have stable, democratically elected government. And it is, notwithstanding how this year may have begun for us, it is still a zone of peace in the world. To our public sector, and we have the cream of the crop of the Caribbean in this audience, you may not be aware, from Bahamas to the OECS, to Trinidad in the South, Jamaica. We heard from the Prime Minister of Jamaica this morning, and he laid it out very clearly. And I want to echo one of the things he said very clearly, which is a focus on governance. Everything we want to deliver in the Caribbean, every good outcome, every life we want to transform is on the other side of some institution. Everything we do in the development space is on the other side of some institution, some ministry, some department, some agency. Focusing on governance and strong institutions is the only way we will deliver sustainable outcomes for the good people of the Caribbean. I thank you.
Thank you so much. Muchas gracias.
Once again, thank you so much to our panelists and the participants that have been with us in the first State of the Economic Forum of the Latin American and the Caribbean CAF. Before we continue with the next panel, I would like to remind you that these will be held in English. So that's why we have simultaneous interpretation if needed. Or you can use the app and switch the language. We are going to start shortly.
Thank you very much. Nice to hear you. Thank you so much. Usted tiene que darme. Give me a personal card.
¿Lo presenta yo?
Ah, yes, 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 yes. Ajá,
Ahora es el momento del último panel.
Now, it is time for the last panel for today's panel, Economic Development Opportunities for the Caribbean. I would like to invite Keisha Farron, the Head of Partnerships and Programs at the Create Caribbean Center of Renewable Energies and Energy Efficiency. She will be the moderator.
Yeah, perfect. All right, so this panel, and we're going to move quite swiftly without much preamble because some of our members of our panel have to go to bilateral meetings. But this panel will explore the Caribbean's potential as large ocean states, uncovering a geography of opportunities where innovation and stability can become concrete engines of growth. It will showcase projects that are already transforming productive chains from high value tourism and sustainable port logistics and demonstrate how technology, financing, and public private partnerships reduce risk and open regional and global markets. In the Caribbean, energy is no longer just about power generation. It's economic infrastructure that underpins tourism, ports, food systems, digital services, and climate resilience. High energy costs and fuel volatility continue to erode competitiveness across productive sectors. When energy is planned, however, as an enabler of value chains, it becomes a tool to lower operational costs, improve resilience to climate shocks, and unlock private investment across multiple sectors. At CICRI, the Caribbean Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency, it has been our regional experience that integrated energy interventions consistently deliver economic returns. It has that multiplier effect, and its impact is inherently more advantageous. I won't go on more. I will allow our panel to demonstrate the amount of opportunity that is available in our region. And I would like to welcome our speakers. We have Honorable Auburn Hill, Minister of Industry, Investment, and Commerce of Jamaica. Welcome, Minister. We have Honorable Minister Michael Halkitis, I hope I pronounced that correctly, Minister of Economic Affairs of the Bahamas. We have Dr. Didicus Jules, the Director and Secretary General of the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States. And last but certainly not least, we have Raquel Moses, the CEO of the Caribbean Climate Smart Accelerator. So in the interest of time and to allow Minister Hill the opportunity to duck out if he has to his bilateral meeting, I'm going to start with Minister Hill. Minister Hill, we heard a lot from your Prime Minister this morning and from your Minister of Foreign Affairs that Jamaica's IMF-supported reform program has been widely recognized for strengthening macroeconomic stability and investor confidence. At the same time, climate shocks such as Hurricane Melissa continue to divert fiscal resources and disrupt economic activity. From your perspective, what economic opportunities remain out of reach for Caribbean countries because of these recurring climatic events, and what changes would be needed to unlock them?
Am I on? Yes, you can. Thank you so much for inviting Jamaica and me here. And as you know, we have just gone through a very dramatic, I don't think I'm on. Can you hear me? Yes. A very dramatic and frankly problematic experience with Hurricane Melissa. The destruction has been severe in 7 of our 14 parishes, those parishes on the west of Jamaica. That's where our tourism industry has most of its investments. What that has taught us is historically, and I speak for Jamaica initially because I'm talking about Melissa, but it's pretty true elsewhere, is that many of our roads were built too close to the seaside. Many of our buildings or hospitals in Black River. I was in Korea, South Korea, when a month today is 3 months exactly since Hurricane Melissa came to Jamaica and ravaged our country. When I was in Korea looking at the ad, instead of, I remember all the places I've been around the world, there's Bob Marley, Usain Bolt, sometimes the Prime Minister as fixing the country. This time all you could see is devastated Black River. The hospital, the roof was gone. It was just a few hundred feet from the sea. The port and all the cathedral, all gone. And so we realize as we look at that, and Falmouth and Lucy, is that we in the Caribbean, and certainly in Jamaica we have built too close to the sea. So what are we going to do next time? We're building We are building back, but not so much building back, building for the future with tremendous resilience and intention and purpose. And that means, therefore, that we have to build differently. We're going to probably move the town of Black River 3 kilometers inside from the coast. We're going to make sure the bridge over the river is not just a few hundred feet up, but 3 kilometers up, and will be a much longer span. The same thing will have to happen in Falmouth and Lucy as we look at those ports. But as we see what the climatic damage can do, we then have to look at what are the big things in the Caribbean. One of the first thing is energy. Cree told you that. So we know that our energy arrangement is out of whack. Yes, we have lots of sunshine, but you don't have the PSI, the power to drive turbines that have to start at a very high PSI to get the engines running. So we are still going to be linked with fossil fuel for a while. How do we make that better, cleaner, and more efficient? And which part of the fossil fuel arrangement we look at? And we in Jamaica, Prime Minister Holness has put everything on the table. We go from heavy diesel fuel right up to when small nuclear plants become available, because that's what we're going to have to look at, and we're taking that very seriously. So the development that we see in the Caribbean is, yes, based on energy, based on being resilient as we build for the future, make sure our debt situation has come down. Yes, we brought it down from 135 to 60. A little hiccup with Melissa. Takes us a few years to get back, but we're staying on course. You heard the Prime Minister this morning. Very disciplined, very focused, and we're not going to be pushed off that track that we have to, because we know, I'm a banker all my life. I know how difficult debt is. I lend money all my life. So I know that you have to be careful of what you can get. In fact, in the past 10 years, to get our debt to GDP down, we have been careful not to borrow very much at all, if anything. You can't continue with that. We're not going to have to borrow. But when we spend, it's going to be investment. It's not going to be just to buy cars and clothes and pretty stuff. It's going to be investment to create jobs and create resilience into the future for our economy. And as we go around the world, and that's part of my job, my friend from Bahamas knows, we go around the world and we take business missions to say, buy Jamaican products, buy Jamaican services, but come to Jamaica and invest. Because of why? We have a currency that is not controlled. We make sure the Bank of Jamaica is independent. It doesn't have to ask the Minister of Finance when rates should go up or down, or the Prime Minister, or me, or anybody else. They're independent. They have one mandate. The Federal Reserve has two. They have to look after inflation and employment. We say no. We run the government. We will handle unemployment, which is now down to a historic low of 3.3%. You handle inflation, one mandate. That central bank is independent. You bring clean money into Jamaica, take it out, you don't need any approvals. And so we have those institutions that must be strong and strengthened. We have a fiscal a commissioner that looks at how our budget before we spend it. So we put discipline and resilience in place. Those are three of the things. Yes, we have to get education right, and we have to get the ICT projects right. But Jamaica is serious. The Caribbean, given what has happened in the recent past, both in climate and geopolitical arrangements, will have to get serious. And Latin America and the Caribbean must come closer and join closer in what we do to make sure we're a strong region. Yet when we speak, people will listen. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that intervention, Minister Hill. What I'm hearing you saying is that Jamaica is open for business, Jamaica is open for partnerships, and Jamaica is actively building its private sector, which I feel segues really well into my question for Raquel. So much of the innovation in the Caribbean is coming from entrepreneurs and MSMEs, particularly within the climate space. So from your work, what are the biggest barriers preventing these businesses from scaling? And what types of financing or partnership models are proving most effective in overcoming them?
Thank you so much for that really interesting question. Just so that I'm sure that you're hearing me, raise your hand if you can hear me. Excellent, great. I have 3 questions for you. The first question is, which of you are from countries that are water scarce? Barbados, okay, I'm like, I know Barbados is. Which of you are from countries that need reforestation? Well, certainly, okay, great, Brazil does. And which of you are from countries that need to be more food secure? That should be, yes, everybody but Guyana in CARICOM has the ability, cannot feed themselves. And so when we're looking across at innovation, what we're seeing, especially in our pipeline, there are 3 projects that I wanted to point out to you. One of them is Eco Car Wash, and they have just come through our innovation fund. We are in the process of providing them with a success grant. We're helping them to prepare their project so that they're investment ready. And they have created an innovation that not only uses 178 liters of water less, so they use 2 liters, whereas a normal car wash will use 180 liters of water to wash a car. They are now in 9 countries, 3 Caribbean countries and 6 African countries, and they are continuing to expand. They have created a soap that now creates less environmental damage than the regular soap that you will use to wash a car. And these are the kinds of innovations that we want to see grow and scale. The second innovation is, and I hope this is a surprise for you, is Regreen, which is a Brazilian company that recently won Earthshot, and it was nominated by none other than our previous director of projects, Keisha Farnham. And I was waiting to have a public
That's
opportunity.
a really nice surprise.
And they are using AI and innovation and satellite imagery to reforest the deforestation that's taking place and partnering with the private sector in order to be able to fund that. And then the last example, and all 3 of these companies are at different stages. The last example is a company out of Guadeloupe, and they're using AI plus satellite imagery again to look at create growing cooperatives, to look at when fruits are going to bear and then flash freeze them for production and export. And all of these 3 examples are great examples of innovation. And what we need in the financing is the missing middle. We have lots of debt, as everyone has pointed out. We don't have a great deal of equity. And so we're working with the environment. There are also lots of different new equity providers that are coming in. And not only are they providing equity at various levels, which is great, they're also looking at how do we build this value chain. So, for example, in the region, we have enough chicken producers that if they were able to scale, they could provide all of the poultry that the region needs. But we're importing all of the feed for the poultry. So we have an opportunity to create and build out that value chain, to create the feed for those chickens, to then create regional food security. But the thing that I think that we are missing right now is when we think of innovation, we're only thinking about sort of tech innovation. We're not thinking about how do we do things differently. And I think that part of it is, let's just do the obvious things. I think okay and Daniel were talking a lot earlier about, how do we trade with each other? And the trade in Africa is 16%. In CARICOM is 17%. In the EU, it's 74%. There is so much more that we can do to just fill the obvious gaps, to be able to innovate how we are going about collaboration. So right now, we are all somewhat suffering from America First policy. But I think we have an opportunity to think about an America's First policy and not use it as a barrier as to how we can lock people out, but how can we look after our neighbors and how can we support them in their growth and in turn have them support us in our growth? Because I think that's a really great opportunity to do the obvious innovations, fix the missing parts, do the South-South collaboration, bring the innovations that don't yet exist in our own markets, and figure out how we scale regionally for these businesses. And I think that will help us with funding, with financing, with drawing equity, with the ability to fund these businesses, with their ability to scale, with removing all of the barriers, and being able to create an environment that facilitates growth.
Thank you very much for that intervention, Raka. I think it segues really nicely into the question that I have for Honorable Minister Michael Haltis. Your question is geared towards innovative financing instruments and partnerships and the role that that plays. We know that Bahamas face constant trade-offs between investing in resilience, maintaining fiscal space, supporting growth. How is your government approaching these choices? And what role do you think innovative financing instruments and partnerships play in making resilience building economically viable?
Thank you. Thank you very much. And you are quite right that as a small island state, we face these constant trade-offs between investing in innovation and resilience, maintaining and building fiscal space, and supporting growth. And the approach of the government of the Bahamas is guided by our 2024 fiscal strategy report. Our 2024 fiscal strategy report, which sets out a medium-term fiscal framework. And this is guided by our Public Financial Management Act. And so firstly, fiscal discipline is key. And as with all Caribbean nations, and I believe all nations in this region, we faced significant economic contraction following COVID-19. We had double-digit deficits. We managed to reduce that to 3.8% in 2022, 2023. We realized a deficit of 0.5% 2024, 2025, and we are forecasting a 0.5% fiscal surplus, budget surplus for this year. And those results were underpinned by, of course, the rebound in the economy, but as well improved revenue administration and cost containment. Our goal is in the medium term to have revenue to GDP of 25%, expenditure to GDP at 20%, and in capital expenditure at 2.5% roughly. And so we believe that with this structure, we are ensuring fiscal sustainability while still having room to invest in resilience. The second thing is that resilience is embedded in our spending priorities. And so disaster risk identification and mitigation strategies are explicitly integrated into our fiscal planning. And so our capital investments are directed toward resilient priorities such as renewable energies, digitization of government services, and reform of state-owned enterprises, all of which strengthen resilience and reduce long-term costs. We have also amended our public procurement legislation to ensure that small entrepreneurs, smaller business people have an opportunity to participate in this growth. And as I see time is going on, I'll jump to the third point, which is innovative financing and partnerships, which are key. And so we are leveraging blended finance, catastrophe bonds, resilience-linked investments to spread risk and attract private sector capital. And so our partnerships with multilateral institutions such as the CAF, Afri-Exim Bank, IDB, are very helpful to us as we develop our financial infrastructure and develop blue bonds. You might know that we had a very, very successful blue bond back in 2024. We are pursuing public-private partnerships that, for the most part, are directed towards infrastructure. In our islands, we are an archipelago, and so we are investing significantly in airport infrastructure to move not only people around from without the country into the country, around the country, and we're hopeful, again, that that helps us to facilitate trade. We're pursuing a public-private partnership project in the southern part of the Bahamas aimed at shipping and logistics. And so if I were to sum it all up, resilience and growth are interrelated. And as everyone has said, we're living in a very, very challenging time, not only economic, but political as well. And so resilience is key. And at the beginning, as I said, the first point is to make sure that we have that fiscal discipline and recreate that fiscal space so that we can pursue those objectives.
Thank you so much. You definitely have a plethora of instruments and solutions that you're using collectively to get to your end goal. And Dr. Jules, I feel like you wrap this up perfectly for us because you are at the intersection of all of it, right? All of the thematic areas. You are at the intersection of government interventions as well as private sector interventions for the Eastern Caribbean states. And so when we look at the OECS has been at the forefront of regional ambition, and particularly within the areas of education reform, energy transformation, regulatory harmonization. From your perspective, where are the most tangible opportunities for deeper OECS level coordination to unlock economic growth, especially given the region's shared constraints around scale, capacity, and climate vulnerability?
Okay, oh, you heard me. Sorry. Yeah. I wasn't hearing myself. Let me say first of all that in the Caribbean, we've always had this aspiration to regional integration. However, I think within the OECS, there is a much tighter cohesion. At this point in time, everybody seems preoccupied with geopolitical instability, the challenges that we face, the problems that seem imponderable and insurmountable. The reality is that we are at the OECS now saying that looking at the problems is not the way to look at it. We need to ask ourselves, what are the opportunities that this provides us? And as controversial as this may sound, I think this historical moment of geopolitical instability is our best opportunity to deepen regional integration because the answers to the problems that we face, all the problems that were mentioned in this panel and previous panels, reside in a deeper, tighter regional integration effort. And we have the answers to those things. We believe the OECS, as everyone knows, most of you here would know, is among the smallest of the islands in the Caribbean. Small economies, again, the mantra has always been the problem of size. Well, the problem of size can be overcome by many of the prescriptions of our treaty. If we aggregate together, we work very closely with organizations like the Caribbean Climate Smart Accelerator, who design projects that, as proof of concept, that can then be scaled up. The big opportunity there for us is that where we see limitations of size, we have to rescale that to our ambition. So I'll give you a concrete example. Food security. We are now in the OECS in the context of current times, looking at what do we need to do to guarantee food security on the assumption that the worst may come to the worst. What if we face a blockade as severe as Cuba and other countries have faced in the past? Can we feed ourselves? So defining that basket of food that we can grow within the OECS and trade among ourselves is a huge opportunity. Now, are we going to be constrained by size? No. We look at the partnership with Africa, and the previous panel spoke a lot about the opportunities in Africa. When we ask what are the opportunities for agricultural cooperation with Africa, it looks impossible because there's nothing that we grow in the Eastern Caribbean that Africa cannot grow bigger, better, faster, cheaper. However, there are products that we have in the OECS, like Antigua black pineapple, some varieties of cassava, things that we can get that are unique to us, breadfruit in St. Vincent, original genome of Captain Bligh breadfruit. How can we take the genomes of these things, ensure world intangible heritage status, just as Jamaica has done with Blue Mountain coffee, that we control that? And then go into Africa, find somewhere where the soil types are appropriate. So if we take the Antigua black pineapple, for example, 200,000 acres of land in there, propagate it in Africa so we don't have to ship it, and right there with an African entrepreneur, be able to convert this into agro products, so jams, jellies, dried fruit. So right there we are producing on a scale products that are unique to us in Africa that we could not even begin to dream of entering that market from our small Jukutu islands, as they say. So these are some of the opportunities here, and I think that part of another big challenge for us in this moment is when we look at the revised Treaty of Basel, which governs the OECS integration movement. The treaty is very clear on certain fundamental things: free movement of people, free movement of goods, services, a really deeper and tighter integration, and it is a matter of adhering to those principles and aspirations and doing everything in our power to scale them up. It is possible to achieve these ambitions. In education, for example, one of the things that we are doing is developing a digital learning ecosystem. In fact, there are several, I dare say, world-class initiatives that we are undertaking right now that have not been undertaken anywhere else. For example, we are in the process of concluding a census of every student in the OECS from kindergarten to Form 5, the purpose of which is to get their views on education. Now that after we finish the census of students, we're going to do a census of their teachers to get their views, and then a survey, not census in that case, of parents. So all parents are invited to give their views. Now, why are we doing this? Because we say rhetorically that every voice matters, every student, no student left behind. But are we listening to their voices? And that ties into the point about governance. We need to approach things, first of all, with a systems thinking in every area, whether you're talking education, health, whatever. Everything else is connected to everything else. And so we need that systems thinking approach. But it starts with bringing the vital constituencies into the process so that their ideas, their thoughts, their preoccupations, and their fears are factored into the development process. And stay tuned, because I guarantee you that within 2 years, we've had discussions with our friends at the CDB, within 2 years, we can completely transform. People talk about Finland. Stay tuned to the OECS.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jules. So I am hearing economic integration. I am hearing cross-sectoral partnerships. I am hearing financial instruments that actually meet the need on the ground and access to financing. And so just to close off, I'm going to ask our panel one question, and I'm going to ask all of you to address this one question. Raquel, I'm going to start with you. So looking ahead to the next 5 years, what is the single change, whether that's policy, financing, or institutional change that needs to happen, that will accelerate the Caribbean's ability to convert innovation and sustainability into sustained economic growth?
Collaboration. We just need to collaborate way more deeply with each other. And we need to stop talking about it and just do it.
Same question to you.
I would say unleash the creativity of our young people, because I've come to believe very strongly in the power of our youth. The stuff I spoke about earlier in education is interpolated by an AI tool that has been developed by 24 young techies in the OECS. So systems thinking, but liberate the imagination of our youth, harness that in a productive way, and the future is assured.
Minister?
I think we should accept the maxim that we should never waste a good crisis, because we've had crises come and go, and we've we'll wait it out and back to business as usual afterwards until the next one. And so I think we internalize that, listen, this is the time to really pursue change, whether it'll be food security, financial management, regional integration, closer collaboration, recognize that things have changed and this change is permanent. And even if it's not permanent, give us an opportunity to pursue these things we've been talking about for so many decades.
Excellent. Thank you so very much. Thank you very much to our panelists. Thank you to our audience for staying. And have a good evening. Travel safely.
Conversación tan importante. No olviden, por favor, compartir en sus redes sociales todo lo que han vivido el día de hoy con
Forget to share everything in the social media, social networks with the hashtag Foroeconómico CAF, and to follow us in our social networks and X, Instagram, Facebook. Thank you so much for joining us in the LAC Inspira conference room, and we will see you tomorrow.